it to be only an educational program. We wanted it to be that they should also pilot some projects on blockchain. That is why we have now the Blockchain Accelerator. And Millie is going to lead a session on that, so I will not talk more about it. So this is like in a nutshell what we do within UNDP in terms of the raising awareness of to be only an educational program. We want it to be now like they should also pilot some projects. We are now building the blockchain academy. That is why we have now the blockchain accelerator. UNDP is a very important institution. Is going to lead a session on that, so I will not with the government. So this is like in a nutshell what we do science within UNDP in terms of the raising awareness by next year only an educational program. And we want to pilot now like we are now building the blockchain academy. That is why we have now the blockchain accelerator. Is a very important institution in the session on that, so I will not with the government. So this is like in a nutshell what we do science within UNDP in terms of the raising awareness by next year only an educational program. And we want to pilot now like we are now building the blockchain academy. That is why we
Thank you very much, Bertu. I'm Nikhil Vadgama, co-founder and director of the Exponential Science Foundation. I'm also a professor at University College London. My colleague and friend Paolo has already introduced a little bit about our organization. We engage in education, research, and innovation activities with kind of a mindset that the education activities we do lead to interesting research problems for us to go out and solve. And out of those, we pick those that we think are the most useful to make an impact in industry and society, that we try and engage with an innovation model to both kind of develop and spin out of our organization. And at the same time, we also try and invest in synergetic ideas, companies, technologies as well, that also come into our portfolio as well and accelerate the impact of the work that we're doing. So if any of you are doing anything that is involving Web3 and emerging technologies, and you have an interesting project, please do come and speak to us, and we'd be happy to engage with you. So that's just a little bit about ourselves, and as Bertu has said, we're very excited to develop the Government Blockchain Academy, which we hope to see starting the beginning of 2026. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. Thank you for having us and pleasure being here today. My name is Odelia Tortman. I'm Director of Corporate Adoption at XRPL Commons. XRPL is XRPL is an L1, right? It's one of the leading protocols that was launched in 2012, mainly focusing on supporting digital finance and different types of FSI-based applications and solutions. Very much associated with Ripple, one of the developers and main contributors to the XRPL ledger, but not the only one. Us as XRPL Commons, we're based in Paris, and we're focusing on supporting the adoption of the ledger across the different entities and personas that comprise this economy, this community of different types of players. And this includes both builders, innovators. We work very closely with the academia, with research institutions, with corporates, and with VCs. Personally, I've been doing digital finance for almost 13 years now, previously with the World Bank, which is very relevant to the subject at hand, and previously leading fintech and blockchain for Deloitte under the technology consulting. And from our perspective, from XRPL Commons, we work, I would say, to focus here both with governments, with different types of our involvement, both with the academia and with government, is broken down into a few pillars. First and foremost, we have our flagship program called UBRI. UBRI Connect is Ripple's official program, which works with international universities and research institutions all around the world to make sure that they constantly focus on the new themes and on the new areas under DLT protocols, specifically the XRP ledger. That is one. B, we work very closely with these institutions to train the regulators. For example, Cambridge University of London has different types of programs to basically educate central bankers how to address, how to look into these technologies and how to go and design different types of frameworks and policies. So we work very closely with them. And we also work from a corporate adoption perspective with different types of government agencies, both in their journeys to understand how to utilize, to do some pilots testing, but also how to launch them. So for example, just last May, a few weeks ago, the land registry in Dubai have launched a new project, launched on the XRP ledger, to basically tokenize the official land registry in the country, based on the XRPL. So I think this is just a short glimpse of them. We'll speak a bit more later on about the different applications, but this is us.
Thank you very much. I'm Angus McNeill, not Dr. Angus McNeill. I got a promotion there for a wee while, but I'm started working with Flock, and just about everybody in Flock has got a PhD or something similar, so that's probably why I was included in the crowd. I used to be a politician, don't boo. I was 19 years Member of Parliament to the House of Commons in London, Scottish nationalist politician. I was chair, when I was there, of the Committee for Energy, which is part of some of the advisory work I do now, and also the Committee for International Trade. I came from a world where numbers didn't mean very much at all, and the best evidence I can give you that numbers didn't mean very much at all is Brexit, because when you look at the GDP damage of Brexit versus any gains, the damage is huge and the gains are tiny. But it was a word of words and fluff, and feelings and ideas, and as we know, Brexit has held sway in the politics of the UK. But I think, what I'm seeing here this morning is a world that's quite concerned about making things better, and a number of people have spoken, used the platform for making a better world, for social inclusion, for the environment, and I think that's very encouraging. But I would say a word of caution from history. There's nothing new under the sun. And if we look at the numbers we use, I said I didn't come from a world of numbers, but the numbers we use are what we call Arabic numerals, which of course weren't Arabic, they were from India originally. But it took hundreds of years for them to be adopted in Europe. Even when Pope Sylvester II, in about the turn of the first millennia, was pushing the use of Arabic numerals, it took the best part of 300 to 400 years before evidence was found. So while there are people who understand or understood then the advantage of using these numerals, there are people today who understand the advantage of the technology, what the technology can do, but the adoption is slow. And I think this is what conferences like this are trying to do, is trying to speed that up, because when you see the advantage, you want others to share in that advantage. And that is the good, I think, that the Blockchain4Good is trying to achieve.
Thank you so much to all our speakers. So I want to start with Odelia. So Odelia, you already mentioned that you used to work with like World Bank and Deloitte. So I wanted to ask you, can you share with us your perspective on how governments are approaching blockchain technology?
Thank you. Well, I think this is relevant not just for Deloitte or the World Bank, right? As I mentioned, also under XRPL, we do a lot of work to basically support their journeys. I think in general, there's always this tension, as we always say, right, between innovation and regulation. And when governments want to adopt this technology, of course, we need to create the enabling framework, the enabling regulation to support that. So I think governments, from their approach in terms of strategy, they need to work. It always needs to be a private-public partnership on that aspect, which basically requires a lot of collaboration with the industry. I think for many, many years, there have been many consortiums that have been focusing on that. Currently, also under XRPL, we work very closely
welfare payments or of land registers, I think you mentioned as well. So there will be a big area for it, but it's again back to the human mind. I mean, I had a friend who knew a friend who said that very often the problem is between the screen and the seat, i.e. the person. You know, if somebody comes to your house and you give them their Wi-Fi key, it usually takes about 3 attempts for the Wi-Fi key to be used. So scale that up, and it's not just a Wi-Fi key you're trying to use, but it's a whole pile of people in government, and you're dealing with people. The problem is between the screen and the seat. You know, the technology's there, the seat's there, but it's the interface. And I think that's where the work really is, and I think this is what summits like this are trying to do. I mean, we meet together as a community here, if you like, and I'm new to the community, but we've kind of got to, you're almost like evangelizing afterwards to try and get people to use something the way the Pope was 1,000 years ago, and I don't think that thing has changed. I did hear the point that people get frustrated with the pace of it, but I mean, it didn't happen with that Pope one. It didn't happen in his lifetime. It was centuries later before the adoption of numerals came along. So the problems between the seat and the screen, we do our best with what we have. That's what evolution gave us. We can't tech up the brain any more than it is. We can teach it.
Thank you so much, Angus. And I can also resonate with you because we work for UNDP. Some things are also quite slow for us. So it has been difficult also for us. Our team has been working on blockchain for 10 years, but it took us last year to kind of kickstart it and make it something relevant for the organization. But as I mentioned, I think when we are in the crisis situations or disadvantages that we are seeing in the political area now, we can kind of change this and make it something advantage for this kind of technologies to take it to another level. And I think we can also see so many challenges. For instance, in the Arab states, they cannot receive the funds that we are sending them sometimes because of the banking system. And I think more and more we are going to see adoptions because there is no other choice, or they have to pay 40–50% of the fee to the banks, which is very, very difficult. So I really think that these challenges are increasing, and maybe, I'm not saying that blockchain can be solution to all of them, but I think some part of it will be very relevant. So I want to ask to Nikhil, if you could share with us some of the best practices you have encountered when working with the governments. I'm aware that you worked with the UK government earlier, and if you could share with us a specific use case, it would be very nice to hear.
Absolutely, thank you, Berku. I think, in our experience of working with governments, we've seen a couple of things that really define whether or not success comes out of an engagement in trying to adopt blockchain technology within the government infrastructure in itself. And kind of the first thing we see is that there is a need of specificity, right? It's when you do an engagement with a government organization, it can't be something that's general about, let's see where we can put in Web3 into the government, right? There needs to be the specificity about what is the use case, what is the pain point that we see that we really want to apply this particular technology for, and understanding its limitations. Because again, blockchain is not a panacea for every problem that exists. I mean, we've come through a period of more than 10 years where we've transitioned well past that now. There are specific things that we can use it for where it has a good outcome, but it certainly can't be applied to everything, right? So I think this is one of the first things that we see. Where governments are, well defined in what they want to use this particular technology for, we certainly see better outcomes through the engagements that we have with them in actually deploying these particular technologies. And we mentioned land registry as one of them, of course. I'll give you an example of where also there was a poor outcome of an engagement where we worked with the UK government on that in a bit. I think the second thing we see is also having a mindset of scale from the beginning. Right? You can't just think about this as, I just want to do a pilot, right? Because if you're thinking about this in terms of, I just want to do a pilot, that's where it's going to finish, okay? It doesn't matter whether or not the pilot is amazing or good, you don't have the built-in nature to scale this particular solution all the way from day one. And the specific example I have with the engagement we had with the UK government, and at the time it was Her Majesty's Land Registry. In the UK, if you're engaged in a real estate transaction, of course you need to update the land registry, the body of records where the titles are held, right, for all the properties. In the UK, typically a conveyancing process, the time from deciding to sell your house to actually going and having that particular transaction completed is on average in the residential sector about 3 months, right? Why is it 3 months? It's 3 months because there is a very, very large information asymmetry throughout the entire process, an information coordination problem that does exist. Her Majesty's Land Registry is well aware of this at the time, right? And they think about, okay, well, fantastic. We have this new particular technology that is there that is coming along as a solution for information coordination, right? Why don't we do a pilot, okay? The first danger word, pilot. There was no through about how are we going to fundamentally change this process that has existed for a very, very long time, right, in order to make things smoother. Anyway, various stakeholders came on, major banks in the UK, real estate companies, lawyers, of course, because you must have lawyers involved in the process. Everyone was very eager, and indeed, okay, when we came to finish the pilot, we had managed to take what was a 3-month process and actually complete a conveyancing in a matter of hours, right, through the coordination aspect, the information coordination that was possible through utilizing blockchain technology for this. Fast forward 5 years from that, where are we with this particular pilot? Nowhere, right? We take this particular example of compressing a 3-month problem that exists in the market that leads to such friction for real estate transactions in the UK, where we have a clear success outcome of seeing it being compressed to hours, and still there is no follow-through, right? So you must have that mindset of really wanting to actually not think about it as a pilot, but actually how are we going to scale this from day one? Now, for whatever reasons back, 5 years ago in that particular engagement that the land registry did pull back from that, be that budget issues, be that whatever it may be, but still, this is the kind of mindset that you need to have when you're engaging with government organizations, that you're not seeing it particularly as a pilot, that you're seeing it as something that should scale. And that leads me to the next point, right? Again, when you're doing this at a government level, it's not about this government unit thinking about using Ethereum, and that government unit thinking about using Hedera, and another government unit itself thinking about using its own private blockchain technology as well. There needs to be some sort of foresight and thought about a particular unified kind of technology or whatever, or certainly having this interoperability at play in order for there to be harmonization between these different stakeholders utilizing the technology as well, right? Because again, it doesn't make sense if, whatever technology the land registry is going to use is going to be different to the technology the central bank wants to use if it's implementing central bank digital currency and so forth, if the two systems are not talking to each other. We're still facing the same issues we have in the Web 2 universe, right? And so what is the point of engaging in a Web 3 technology that is supposed to help us go past these particular issues that do exist? So my point there is, I think, governments that we're engaged with who are thinking a little bit more about actually a sovereign national blockchain infrastructure, that is actually somewhere where I think that's also important to be part of the mindset of working with government. Go ahead.
First of all, I'm really glad you brought it up. I think we don't talk enough about failed blockchain projects. And I think there's so much more to say. When I was with Deloitte 10 years ago, 2015, we launched the EMEA Blockchain Lab. And we had in 1 year around 90 POCs. How many out of these POCs actually succeeded? I think it's another conversation. But I think indeed it goes both ways, right? You have to try things in order to fail and find the one that are actually working. From a use case perspective, to take over what you said, I think for governments, that are always looking to find ways to make things more efficient, more transparent, and less fraudulent, right? DLT technologies and blockchain can be very relevant across different types of use cases, right? So from decentralized identity that we've saw and still are seeing a lot, to different types of registry, not even to mention everything around treasury applications, from digital bonds to using it as another security, as another layer to tokenize different types of currencies. I think that on that aspect, A project I always like to mention is the Pedro in Venezuela in 2017, speaking about a failed project. So the government of Venezuela wanted basically to peg their currency into a Pedro, which was basically designed to balance the country's economy, to help them through inflation, and to peg the currency into the prices of the oil in the country. And it was a very ambitious project, long before the world of CBDCs, right? That was really trying to use this ability to register asset on a ledger and have this as a mechanism to save economic growth. Unfortunately, they suffered a lot of challenges due to the fact that to whom do you then go and sell this currency, right? Do you enable American citizens to buy this currency? How does this influence then the economy of Venezuela? But I think that in general, this really kind of paved the way, right, to CBDCs and to different types of versions of stable coins that are balanced by different types of asset classes, which we're seeing today more and more.
I mean, if I can, not to be just negative in the sense that, okay, these particular government projects always fail, right? But there's plenty of examples of where there's success. And I think, if we're looking for a country where there has been success with sovereign national blockchain infrastructure being adapted to various government services, I mean, Estonia is a great example to look to for this, right? And there itself, you have, in fact, proof points coming out where there's been various different studies done showing actually a saving on GDP in the country through the use of these particular technologies as a backbone to improve government services and particularly the efficiency that is in play there. Just to add that on a positive note.
Yes, thank you so much. So I also think that hearing you speaking about these things, because I work for UNDP, I'm not so experienced in blockchain like you are, but I still think that because what we are discussing with Exponential Science team all the time is that there are patterns on regions depending on the challenges that they're facing. For instance, you can see that in Arab states, digital payments is one of the patterns that they want to address. You can see that in supply chain in Latin America is a big thing because of they're producing so many agricultural things that they then export. And I think that is why we are discussing with them that we don't want to make this academy something like very general explanation where you can use supply chain or blockchain. We want to make it a bit more tailored so the governments can see a buy-in, which you also mentioned, because as long as there's an efficiency and at the same time that they don't have to spend so much money, they would like to invest time and efforts. But I think from hearing you both, I think there is also very important point that we have to focus is that we have to follow up on that. We shouldn't just pilot with them and then just say it is okay. Kind of follow up and say, do you need more support? And maybe there will be blockchain partners. And I think the added value here will be that the governments, they don't have to find the partners. We will be the one bringing in the partners. And we don't want to side, because UNDP is, of course, would never side with a company for the profit of the company. We have to be agnostic. So we will then create an objective, let's say, body that will decide what is the best solution for the challenge that our countries are facing. So I also see the role of all the blockchains coming together and see how they can address some challenges together. If not, I mean, we can see it it is always the case in many cases that we see in life. So I really think that with governments, maybe we can come together and make it happen so that we can not only pilot, but also scale up the projects.
If I may add just a quick point to that, I mean, kind of the work that we're going to be doing together as well is order to help this issue that exists for governments. That is, okay, I'm thinking about putting blockchain into my land registry. I don't need to be having a study of how that is supposed to be done, right? I mean, there should already exist these repositories already and open source solutions of how I can actually implement this myself, right? It should already be out there. And one of the biggest problems we always see, actually, even when we're talking with industry, I mean, government, it's amplified more, is that you don't need to reinvent the wheel every time, right? I mean, there is an open source or there is a standard that is set up now for how to implement a particular solution, and you go ahead and do that, right? Of course, you need to tailor it a bit for your particular situation, but this this bank of solutions need to exist, right? And I think there's an opportunity for us in the work that we're going to be doing to actually facilitate this in a much more transparent way. Because, again, one of the biggest issues with industry that we always found when talking to them about implementing solutions into their space is always this argument of why should I do it, right? In the sense that what is the business case for me to do it, okay? Obviously, logically, it makes sense, right? Obviously, we understand that Web3 blockchain DLT is a fantastic technology for all the problems that it solves. But can you show me, the economic saving that I'm going to be making? Can you tell me exactly the time that's going to be saved and so on and so forth, right? And often this information is not very well published, right? It's not because that these technologies are not making that difference. It's just nobody's actually gone and done these particular studies, right? Or in the private sector, nobody is actually wanting to publish this because of commercial secrets or the like, right? So I think there's also an opportunity for education here to improve this particular outcome. So it's much easier to adopt these technologies if you want to.
Thank you so much. So I wanted to ask Angus, because you're sitting on the other side of this, let's say, the table, and can you maybe tell us, given your experience, of course, working with public institution, maybe it's a little bit selfish question to understand how we can approach it. Maybe can you let us know what strategies would you recommend us and Exponential Science team when we approach the governments? We mentioned some of them. But it is, of course, very important for us to understand the other side. What is it that you want to hear from us? Or what is it that you would like us to offer you that is maybe going to support you?
I mean, when I think of the world of politics and government, you can have good ideas around all the time, and then someday you might be advocating a good idea for a number of years, and then suddenly it becomes the taken good idea. So things can happen just almost unexpectedly. You wonder, why did that good idea suddenly get adopted when it wasn't adopted for 3 or 4 years or even longer, and other good ideas had been ignored? And I think one of the things, mentioning the pilot scheme there for conveyancing, it worked. Now, back in Scotland in the winter, I have to light a fire, and the first match doesn't always light the fire. You need another match sometimes to light the fire to keep yourself warm. And the example there of that pilot, it worked, the match worked, but it didn't actually light the fire. I think the more pilots there are, it will be good ideas that come along, and then suddenly, unexpectedly, you'll get one that does light the fire. And I didn't even know about that conveyancing thing. It's one of the big, as you know, bugbears that people have about buying and selling houses. So my first question would be there is, why didn't this go further? Why can't we revisit it? Why can't we make sure this is happening? Perhaps if it was publicized, perhaps if the general public knew that this hassle they have when they're buying and selling houses could actually be sorted in, I think you said, hours. If they knew that, that might add a pressure, and you'd wake up tomorrow morning and turn on the radio, the news headline will be massive revolution coming in UK house conveyancing. It'll no longer be 3 months, it's going to take a matter of hours. And you're thinking, I heard something about that in Cannes 2 years ago. Why didn't it happen? So it's a case of pilots pushing, and I revert back to the two things I said in the beginning. Again, it's the technology is proven, the seat is there, but the person in the middle is now not taking. It's between the screen and the chair, is not taking not taking advantage of the opportunity and the clearly demonstrable working that's happened for good. And secondly, just remember that poor old Pope who spent best part of 4 centuries, obviously he was dead before that, trying to get people to use Arabic, of course the earlier Indian numerals. Change can be slow, but we've got to push to look, and although pilots, I mean, just to respectfully perhaps disagree, I think pilots have to be done because they'll be like the matches, one of them will catch a fire, and then once people's minds open up to it, like they did over 300-400 years of numerals, things change from that, and then people start to look for other applications for things, and it'll probably grow exponentially, like a fire does, hopefully.
Yes, thank you so much. I also think that when you look at the pilots, I mean, to give the experience of the Blockchain Academy we had within the UNDP, our colleagues, if you tell them like how would digital payments would work technically from like A to B. It was very difficult for them to comprehend it because we are not really used to this language that you are speaking. So we really told them about the use cases. And I think when we work with governments, we have to make them showcase some use cases, as you mentioned, that are successful so that they can believe in that it can bring a success. But at the same time, of course, we have to be also open about the risks. And I think within the Blockchain Academy we also will play a role to change some of the policies. Because at UNDP, sometimes we are the kind of the forefronters when it comes to changing the policies and making the government understand that some things for them could be like done better. For instance, like the coins aspect of it or digital payments and so on. So I don't think it should be only education, but on a structural level, there should be also things that they should be changed. Yes.
Could I just add, I think it's an obvious point, but I think it's worth saying that failure is a good teacher as well. So the points that are genuine failures, the match that didn't light at all, far less not the match that didn't light the fire, to look at that, to study that, and to share. I mean, if I've started something and it's failed, I'm unlikely to try and say, hey, look, I've done something and it's failed. But I think for the wider community engaged in this to understand what the failure is, and there might be a common pattern amongst failures, which might then stop the repetition of the failure, of the failed aspect.
Yes, and I also think we have to hear the governments and understand their perspective on this, because without it, I think we can have then failures. So I would like to ask Nikhil and like Odelia, because they come from the blockchain world, let's say. Like if you can tell us what role do you see the blockchain ecosystem, such as like exchanges, we have heard like Ben today, or the protocols play in strengthening the capacity of the governments, except of course going into some markets to benefit from it?
Well, like I said in the beginning, I think it has to be a public-private partnership, I think that we're seeing more and more also from the fintech side. You know, in the beginning, people thought that fintechs are going to replace banks. Same now, I think this whole world of DeFi and Web3 started almost like as a separate ecosystem, as a separate universe. But in the end of the day, there aren't really two separate financial ecosystems. There's only one. And in order for us to really be able to bring this innovation forward, whether it's for governments, whether it's for enterprises, or whether it's for the end consumer, they have to work together. And I think that really this last year has really been pivotal, because we're seeing much more of this connection, much more of this embracement. I think that stable coins and the different development that we're seeing around that is a huge, huge bridge between the two. Everything around interoperability, you've mentioned cross-chain. The way forward to really bring these use cases into life is exactly that. It's the ability for different systems to be working together, not just blockchain-wise in general. One of the key challenges why these projects fail in general, in my humble opinion, digital finance-wise, is not just because of the tech, it's because of the complexity in the operational level, the complexity in flows in general, user flow, processes flows, organizational flow. You really do need to detail them down, to your comment, with numbers, with actual understanding of what will it enable you to do in terms of transaction time and efficiencies and operation. So I think that A, they need to work together better. B, I think that we are approaching there in terms of, again, these bridges. We, by the way, also have launched just yesterday the XRPL EVM sidechain, which is a huge milestone for us. It's basically introducing the XRPL framework together with Ethereum programmability and smart contracts, really supporting exactly this movement of bringing these ecosystems to work much closer together. So I think that this is definitely the direction, and having these players all working together while being very focused on specific use cases. You have to slice the elephant in order to reach successes.
I'll just agree with that.
Thanks. I mean, I think from my perspective, as an organization, we work with many layer ones, layer twos. I mean, prominently, we work a lot with Ripple. We also work a lot with Hedera as well. And so we have quite a very good relationship with these particular players. And I think, you know, putting my hat on in terms of government and our experiences with government, how can layer one, layer two, how can these particular actors actually help facilitate more with government? I think they need to kind of be helpful in, of course, education, right? And we've seen that, of course, with yourselves and the Algorand helping with the UNDP Academy. I mean, ourselves also helping with the Blockchain Academy that we'll be launching hopefully next year. And I think they have to separate away from kind of having the mentality of it's going to be, you know, this blockchain for this solution and that blockchain for this solution and so on and so forth, to really get government to be able to say, okay, well, these are the benefits of having it in place. Because it depends what your view is about, you know, which blockchain infrastructure they will use, right? And I do firmly believe that in the end, it will be some sort of blockchain that they have themselves, okay? But that doesn't mean that there's not opportunity for all the other layer ones that exist out there, right? Because there's always be a need to have other public chains that are interacting with these and so on and so forth. So there's always going to be that particular interaction. And the only way we can accelerate this particular adoption is doing the things to help government understand, okay, these are the reference implementations that are there. These are the already kind of solutions that exist. These are the case studies that have been done of these particular pilots. But I would add that you must always have the scale component, because if you, you know, absolutely agree that pilots, you know, we should do pilots and see which ones are actually coming out. But I think we've been doing pilots for a long time now. Right? And so really now it's about, you're absolutely right, exposing that education and information about the pilots, about which ones have worked well, which ones have not, and having that particular scale component that is there for people, to, for governments, organizations, to really be able to push the particular technology through. Just coming back to the land registry one, there was a lot of publicization that we did. I mean, UCL was primarily involved in actually writing the white paper about this particular project itself. And I really think it was partly the land registry just thinking, okay, this is a great thing to put in place, but we don't have the funding really, or the
you think that's why it didn't catch?
I think that's why, and because it was part of a wider digital streets initiative, which just stopped doing things. Right? I don't think it was necessarily just this particular blockchain project. But funny enough, when I've been speaking in the UK Parliament recently, I've been talking to members of Parliament, Lords, that they've all said, well, actually, you know, this particular pilot this particular solution in the UAE that's gone live has reignited this. Why aren't we doing it here, right? So we have done it. So now we just need to get on and scale it, right? It's so you know, and again, it's a different government, and let's see where we go. But absolutely right, you know.
It will be in 2 years' time. You'll hear it. Nothing will have changed, but in about 2 years' time, this will catch fire, and you'll hear it in the radio some morning. And we'll all be going, that could have happened 5 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, thank you so much. And like I can also see, because of the Blockchain Academy that we have been running, like our colleagues, they didn't know anything about blockchain, like also me, like before we started on that. And they didn't even know that they could do pilots with the academy. So I think after 4 months of going through the training and going through the live sessions and mentorship, they have seen that actually they could utilize blockchain. So for instance, last week, we had 40 calls with our 22 country offices across the globe, and then the solution makers from the blockchain ecosystem that we are having, like our acceleration program. And you could see that our colleagues were just so hungry to kind of like implement like blockchains, like based projects. It is because they are facing so many challenges on supply chain, like agriculture, digital identity, on like payments and so on, that they wanted to learn something that can make their lives easier when it comes to work. And I think with the Blockchain Academy for the governments, that is something that we are going to show to the governments, that they don't know maybe what is there as an opportunity. But once they learn it, and I think the more we know about something in like media and so on, it will even be more relevant. And I also think with Blockchain Academy for governments, we should not only do some pilots, but also to see how we can change the framework in the countries. I'm from Turkey, and like let's say like, you know, like you see something on the news coming. If you don't see it on the news and you don't know anything about the technology or something, people will not even support it. And the governments will most probably always do what the majority of the people want to support. So I also think we should focus on how we can change the communication in the country to make people aware that the government is actually focusing on something innovative to be able to make the taxpayers' money to be utilized for something good that, you know, like the public would like care about.
Yeah, I think my colleague on my left here said something quite important when she was speaking about, you know, the complexity you mentioned, and users are doing this. If you're asking a civil servant to do something and it has a good outcome, but it's made the daily grind of the civil servant worse, you'll probably find it's not going to happen. So I think that sort of intuitive use of it is vital as well when these things are being designed. And that was a great point.
Thank you. Yes. So thank you so much to all the panelists, because now we run out of time and I don't want to take time of the next panel. Thank you so much for your time. And please, if you want to contribute to Blockchain Academy for governments, as also Nikhil mentioned, we don't want it to be only one chain thing. It's very important for us that different chains are kind of showcasing their use cases. We are going to be agnostic. So if you want to be part of the journey, we are always here, and you can always contact me and my team, and of course Nikhil and Paolo as well from the Exponential Science team. Thank you so much for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel is a fireside chat. We continue now. So there's also coffee outside. Grab your coffee, come back inside. They have network. Say what? 5 minutes break? 3-minute break for a coffee. Come back inside though, please.
Reply the first day, and then I was like, I was going to go to Colombia. Barcelona in the summer is a nightmare, just so you know.
In terms of?
Too many people. I mean, I shouldn't, it's not terrible where the house is, you'll be fine. I live directly in the center, or live direct. I can't believe that you're going to Barcelona for Christmas and not left for the rest of the year.
You're not going to do that.
Maybe this was a mistake asking everybody to leave.
It's so hard to bring people back from break.
Yeah. Well, we'll try.
We did a meditation session, like we did Shelling Point in Denver this year, and it was one of those things where like, my marketing team shows me the agenda, and I'm like, why is there a meditation session in the middle of the day? And they were like, it'd be a nice break. I'm like, you're not getting anybody back. And they were like, no, it'll be fine. And I just stood there afterwards being like, everyone's meditated. They're ready to go now. They're ready to take a nap.
Half asleep. That's the time to sleep the hangover from the night before.
Right? It's like the post-lunch. Like, don't do it post-lunch. You're not going to want to. You're not going to want to.
Well, at least, I don't know, like, as a part of Selling Point, like I said, attended to Selling Point. It had some of the very nice conversations there.
Really?
So yeah, I was not necessarily in all the
That's good. I can hear that.
events, but I was talking with very nice people. I always love Selling
That's
Point.
what I like. That's what I like to hear. Because I just bitched about how boring the agenda was. I'm just like, you just hear people talking about grants. And it's like, here's the grants, here's what we did, here's our impact, repeat. Everybody does it. And then like, there's no innovation. There's no, it's like I was bitching about permissionless. It was all AI. And I thought, I need to learn something new. And it was just people showing their company. And I'm like, oh. Hey, whatever comes into this, I'm okay. The shorter the better. What was I going to say? I don't remember.
It said that we're not going to do this.
It does suck when I'm here. And is Griff here?
No, that actually was part of it. So
Okay.
he was like hesitating if he will be able to come because Laurie got surgery or was going to get surgery.
Okay.
And he was like, hey, man, can you come? And I was like,
Got it.
yeah, okay, let's do it.
Cool.
And then
Hello! Very good.
Are you guys up next?
We are.
Okay, I'll be here then. Let's just be part of, okay, let's go see right now.
When does Lauren have surgery?
yesterday.
She doing okay?
I think so. I actually have not asked, but I think she's
We're talking with you guys on QF.
I also submitted for Pairwise. I think it's a very interesting thing. Have you seen it?
No. What?
So for the form that you have,
Okay. When did you do that? A little while ago. I did see that.
couple of weeks at least.
Yeah. I gotta take a look at the thing again because we've changed how we're approaching. We're changing how we're approaching this program on the technology. Mostly because everyone hasn't been able to give me an answer on what we can do with the technology.
As a what?
Hasn't been able to give me an answer on what we can do with the technology.
Okay.
So I raged 5 COVID scared stats again.
Okay.
And then everyone went, oh, we kind of get it now. And I'm like, you never used the Bitcoin grants program? But what we're trying to do, what we'll probably end up doing is building the hood of the grants program and like connecting and the UI for that. Yeah, which I think could be like a really big game changer if we can figure out how to make it work from like compensation, like not breaking things, right? Because if somebody's like, you know, hey, I can't check out on my, like on this UI, and I'm, you know, we're like, where are you in the process? Oh, it's here. Okay, contact you for QF. Because you're doing it on QF. Oh, no, I'm doing it right there. Oh, contact this and how to do it. Lots of things that we're trying to figure out right now.
So you will be kind of like the control panel and kind of like have some modularity, but the modularity is mainly kind of like control.
Yeah.
And these specific different agents or different like instruments, this is something that we don't touch. This is like
Yeah, it's super fun because people need the pathway, you know, because in the real world they can get fundraisers without.
Exactly. And like, if they're, you know, you guys change something in the API, you know, remember to tell us, and it breaks in the front end, and oh, I'm stuck here, who do I contact for help? Like, we're sold out Bitcoin. And I'm only there part-time, technically. So we didn't want to like build it up huge again. We had staff of like 500K left. And the technology didn't really solve the problems that we were trying to do because of modularity. QF works for early stage protocol. It does not work for later stage projects. And like we also want to have more innovation. There's so many things that are coming out that we should have access to. It'd be great to run a traditional funding program, right? Like these little things that make the funding better and different for communities.
And then also like almost like a competition to see who can do it best and really hear from them.
Exactly. So we keep on talking to the players and stuff, but it just becomes it also kind of goes back around in this circle where people are like, just use us. And it's like, yeah, exactly. Hi.
Hi, I think we can, as people are coming in, we can slowly begin. Still waiting
Should
for
we come up now? Or
Yeah,
like-
come on up. We're family here. Maybe we can, this is not working, so we only have one mic, but we're still waiting for Butch, so.
But yeah, so we're gonna have Matilda and Lauren are meeting and Brian for QF, and then I gotta figure out where we're at.
No problem. So, welcome to the second session of the day. It's a fireside chat, and we're going to be speaking about quadratic funding specifically, but we have to put this in a framework of resource mobilization. Grants, why can we leverage this technology for good? And the sector, which is a $3.4 trillion sector, should be looking at contributing some of its resources to for good initiatives. How can they be vetted? How can those funds be allocated? And how can we use decentralized mechanisms to allocate them effectively? That's what we want to speak about today. But before I give an introduction to what quadratic funding is, I want to introduce my panel, and I'm very grateful for you all being here. Rena O'Brien from Gitcoin, Gotabe Morale from Giveth, and Butch, who needs no introduction today. Thank you so much, but maybe you guys want to introduce yourselves quickly and then we kick off.
I'm Rena O'Brien, Executive Director at Gitcoin. Gitcoin is the longest running open source software funding public goods. I don't want to use the word pioneered. We took over quadratic funding a few years ago and have been using that to move multiple millions of dollars funding projects from around the world.
Hey everyone, my name is Katabe. I work as a partnerships lead in Giveth. Giveth has been around since 2016. We are all about funding public goods, both digital public goods and real life public goods. We actually have been very interested in real life public goods for some time, and we're very happy of working with people that have been working in the traditional impact space for quite some time now. So yeah. That's a little bit about me.
So I'm Burcu. I'm part of the UNDP, like Blockchain Academy lead, and like in addition to our blockchain work, we are also teaching how to do crowdfunding to civil society organizations and also our country offices. So I'm really looking forward to hearing how we can also tap into crypto donations and also seeing how we can utilize that kind of financial system to also support and also like create an impact with the organizations we are working. Over to you, Gabriel.
So maybe let's have a show of hands in this room right now. Who is aware of what quadratic funding is and how it works? Okay, so that's about 50%. That's great. We are probably all crypto natives, so that's why we're here. But in essence, quadratic funding, if a person donates $100, their impact is 10x less than if 100 people donate $1 each. So basically, the algorithm boosts projects that have widespread community support and endorsement using a matching pool funded by sponsors or public institutions. it was originally designed by Vitalik Buterin, Glenn Veal, and Zoe Hitzig. But companies or organizations such as Gitcoin have really taken this forward. Giveth is, using it now very actively, and it's a great tool for resource mobilization. So today, we really want to dive into it, finding out how these platforms are innovating around quadratic funding and how it can be leveraged for organizations such as UNDP, but all other civil society organizations that are raising funds and are trying to also raise funds in this $3.4 trillion sector. So first of all, Gothabe, maybe you can share a little bit of information of Giveth has fared so far in quadratic funding, how you've, what kind of community outcomes you have achieved, and what are the trade-offs, in your opinion, are there by using quadratic funding?
Yeah, absolutely, thank you. So Giveth started just as a crowdfunding platform, mostly for digital projects, for Ethereum-related projects. However, it has evolved and pivoted several times, and quadratic funding is one of our key focus right now. Crowdfunding, we have always thought that it's super necessary for just funding projects, either in real life or digital public good projects. Just having the ability to bring the capital from the donor to a project, and without the intermediaries taking a significant fee of that, I think it's a key unlock. So Giveth has always been zero added fees, borderless transactions. Initially on Ethereum, now we're in 11 different blockchains, most of them EVM equivalent. We are also with other non-EVM chains like Solana, Stellar. I don't know if I'm missing any. But our intention is to be also blockchain, kind of blockchain agnostic. We just want to help mobilize funds from people that want things to happen and that are interested in pushing whatever impact they want in the world to the projects that need to do it, and do it without restrictions of borders, without restrictions of chains, etc. So we actually started doing quadratic funding a lot through the conversations. Like Gitcoin and Giveth have always have like really good relationships, both from their founders and from everyone in the team. And we started doing quadratic funding like from a suggestion from the Gitcoin team. And we have been really doubling down and focusing on that, both mostly for blockchain ecosystems, but also as part of our DNA. We have done it for public goods, both digital and physical public goods. I think quadratic funding has, like the key benefits from quadratic funding from my perspective are financially, you can start just like with some seed funding from one main sponsor, and then you can have like looking for co-sponsors, and so you have like matching over that initial seed funding, and then you go to retail, and retail donors try to, like, once that there is this incentive of like, oh, this money is going to go to these projects and my funding is going to be matched, and it can be matched with a lot of funding, there is a lot of incentives for people to donate to projects, and it activates people. So you end up having kind of like matching over matching over matching, and like a small amount, or not necessarily so small, but like some amount of funding that is like seed funding initially gets multiplied, and the impact grows larger. That's from the economic perspective. From the governance perspective, it's one of the very few governance mechanisms that really can like can pass the Dunbar's number, and you actually like, which is like 150 usually, like that's the number of people that you can know and trust. So it passes through kind of like trust expectations, and you have thousands of people that are deciding how capital is allocated and choosing what do you think, what do they think is best. So have thousands of people to vote for how capital is allocated is not something that is very easy to do. without kind of like these financial incentives. And the other, I think, really good advantage that quadratic funding has is in terms of awareness/marketing. You activate multiple stakeholders, right? So it's kind of like who initiated the fund, and then who are the co-sponsors, and then who are the operators, and then who is the community of who are the projects and who are the community, and all these stakeholders start like going around this main idea or this main goal and share it. So I mean, in Twitter is like, from public goods at least, this has been the thing that has made the most noise by far, I think, and activated the community. So I think that those are like the strong points of quadratic funding. Having said that, I also believe that we should have like a plurality of mechanisms. There are some things where quadratic funding excels, and there are some things where it's not necessarily the best funding mechanism. So I don't know, like we can talk more about that. I know Rene has some comments on that.
Go ahead.
Oh no. Okay. So I do, on the plurality of it. Quadratic funding over the years has definitely done great work in funding certain types of builders. What we found in our last round at Gitcoin, though, and why we actually split up between quadratic funding and retro, was that more mature builders were either not joining the rounds because they didn't want to be taking money from early stage builders, or they found that the hype around the work that they've been doing, if they did a couple of different rounds, it was just exhausting. It's a lot of money and a lot of time to go out there and rally your project. And if you've got some funds and you're okay with working with what you've got, you're not as interested in that hustle anymore. And so what we did is we split the early stage and the late stage builders into the two different types of rounds. And the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. I know that I probably have a few qualms with quadratic funding. But for the most part, the earlier builders, the children, were getting more funding directly flowed into them. And then, of course, with the retro funding, we actually had a lot more participation as well, because we had badge holders that we needed to activate. So that's my thoughts just on the quadratic funding side. And then in terms of the plurality of it, I think it is really important. The panel with Berku beforehand, talking about coordination with governments, talking about the design space in general. Funding is not going to be a one-size-fits-all. Quadratic funding is complicated. A lot of people, even in the Web3 space, couldn't tell you if you threw a mic in their face what quadratic funding is. No matter which way you try and explain it. And then on top of it, you've got Sybil prevention, which is also a huge deal. We had our passport product, which is now spun out, and which was fantastic. The stamps are great, we still use it. However, cluster mapping, for those of you that don't know, cluster mapping is taking the actions on a wallet and matching them against some of the donations that you have within it to see what those patterns are. So you go layers deep into what somebody's doing on their wallet and on chain, and you're able to see if they're actually donating to their friends' projects or if there's any type of civil resistance that you should be looking for there. So that made a huge difference in it. Like, we brought it down to for the most part, I think that the majority of our last couple of rounds have been nearly Sybil-free, which is amazing. Everything else has been manual on it. But again, going back to the problems of QF, it does not necessarily work for every type of builder, every type of platform, or every type of chain, really, because there's different actions and incentives that you're trying to get your users to do.
Great. Burcu, at Tadamon, you've experimented with crowdfunding and traditional crowdfunding now for the better part of 10 years, I would say, right? Supported by the Islamic Development Bank. And then parallelly, you've been running your blockchain initiatives, and now there seems to be an opportunity to blend the two and merge. Can you tell us a bit more?
Yes, so like in addition to like all the blockchain world that we are doing, like our team is also focused on like crowdfunding, and we have trained, I think, like 730 civil society organizations across the Muslim countries, because of the fact that we are funded by the Islamic Development Bank, we are working with the countries that are part of the Islamic cooperation. So our aim in our team was to kind of let the organizations understand how they can, let's say, develop a campaign. And the reason is, we do not want the organizations to depend on grants. We don't want them to depend on one decision of a politician that will say, we will not give you grant anymore. Because in this case, these organizations, they cannot really fund their projects. And for them, one of the biggest challenges that they're facing is fundraising. And maybe fundraising in UK is a little bit easier, but when you work in countries like Sudan, Yemen, Libya, or let's say Palestine or different countries, like Niger, it is very difficult for them to even raise funds through their own communities. So our team wanted to teach them how to develop a campaign from the beginning to end. So when they join our academy, we teach them what kind of visuals they should use, what should be the communication strategy, and so on. And we didn't want to focus on big organizations, because big organizations, they get funding from other big organizations anyway, and we wanted to have it like small and medium organizations. And we can see more and more that, which is one of the biggest problems, is that most of the crowdfunding platforms globally, they are registered in US or Europe. And because of we are working with the sanctioned countries, you cannot, let's say, launch a campaign from Yemen on Indiegogo, which is the biggest crowdfunding platform in the world, because of the fact that they cannot receive the funds. So this is a very big problem, and it is really leaving these organizations behind, in which then they also leave the communities behind. So I think with the crypto donations and digital payments of aspect of the blockchain, we can address this the problem and kind of make sure that these people are gonna receive the funds. That is why we are gonna partner with GiveIt for our Tadamon Accelerator project, which is focused on food security. We are having $850,000 of grants from our Islamic Development Bank donor, and we would like to match it with the blockchain ecosystem. It's going to be the first time we are going to try something like this, and based on the success of that, we want to take it a little bit more global, because we have a fundraising team at UNDP in HQ level to see how we can kind of utilize different ways of raising funds for the organizations and individuals. So that's what we're going to do in the coming months, and I really, really hope that it is going to take to another level, and they can raise the funds, because they need it even more now. And also when you meet with these organizations in a meeting, you cannot believe the passion they have. But then when they don't have funding, they cannot do anything. So I think it is really our responsibility to sometimes donate to some causes that you believe in. It doesn't matter what it is, but I think we should be very aware of it. And I think crypto aspect of it is something that I think that the people in the ecosystem should be, I think, more mindful about.
Both you guys were speaking about governance and also clustering and tracing really how people vote with their wallets through catalytic funding. What's the role of AI in tracing all of this, in actually giving us all insights about how these funding flows are happening?
The AI question. It's not going anywhere. We know that it's going to infiltrate most aspects of our lives. All the way from the treasury management down into optimizing the impact that a project has in an ecosystem is AI. That sentence sounded weird. We have a number of different tools that we've been using at Gitcoin for examples. I know that one of the biggest issues that a lot of companies have is the admin overhead. Operational expenses in governments, in DAOs, wherever it might be, are quite high, and a PIA, if I'm being honest. Hours and hours spent reviewing grant applications, and by somebody, somebody that could gatekeep, really. Oh, I don't like this person, so no, they don't get to participate. So we have, and I know other organizations use this as well, AI supporting reviewing those applications, figuring out what makes a good application. And I think that having that tool in order to help make better informed decisions is absolutely fantastic. But recently, in the last round, for example, we just did a deep governance experiment. So this is falling just a little bit to the side of deep funding, which was another Vitalik brainchild, in which AI agents are actually working to allocate those funds and figuring out how to allocate the funds based on the topic of the funding conversation itself. And so in the last Deep Gov that we did for GG23, we had agents trained on specific models and working through how to better govern the funds, the projects themselves, and what gets funding. So it's huge. It's going to make a world of difference. At my other organization, Allo.Capital, we've got AI directly like within the contracts themselves. And I think that if we can, as an ecosystem, as a community, whatever it might be, use AI as what it is. It's not a replacement, but it's a tool for making better decisions, for making better funding decisions. I think we're really going to see some leaps and bounds over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I would love to add to that. I mean, but first of all, Dito. Like I think AI will enable a lot of different things from logistics, operations, in different themes. In Give It, we are actually right now working on donation agent, and the idea is sometimes people, like donors, can be very overwhelmed and not necessarily know all the projects and not necessarily know which ones are going to be more impactful. So what we want to do is just create causes, and anyone will be able to create causes and aggregate several different projects and then donate to that specific donor agent, and it will choose how to distribute that funding through different projects. So I expect it to be clunky at the beginning, if not like terrible at choosing. But the idea is to start somewhere and then improve the KPIs, the information that the agent will use to refine which are the best projects to donate to. And there will be a lot of work needed on impact measurement and trying to understand how the agent must take these decisions, because sometimes, like even human agents, we don't know how to take these decisions, and having all that nuance into the AI, it's going to be an interesting challenge to have. But I think that the upside is it's incredible. At some point, you will have less bias agents, hopefully. And so we're very excited about this project. I think we're going to have it live. We're actually going to do a quadratic funding round for that one in a couple of months. And another interesting thing that we are going to do is it's called cost markets. And we're also interested on finding different mechanisms that are not only donation-based for creating impact. And cost markets is kind of like DeFi to refi. Is allowing people to speculate or invest on causes, and launching. We are using quadratic funding plus augmented bonding curves, which basically means that causes are can be tokenized, and people will be able to buy tokens. But whenever they buy or sell tokens, there are fees, and the fees go to the donation agent. So the fees become donations. So when people start speculating and think, oh, maybe like this token can go up and this cost, I think this cost is very important. Like climate change is going to become more and more important. People that are trading these causes will effectively be providing fees for the impact. And all this, like I think the devil is in the details, like parameters are going to be very important. How much is the fee? To see if there, what's kind of like the use case and how much are these tools actually are used. So I'm sure that there will be a lot of iteration in there. But I think these are very interesting experiments to have, and that's why I anticipate with AI. There's going to be a lot of experimentation. Some things will work very well, some things not at the beginning, and then we'll see if we can change or pivot or like have completely different ideas. Yeah.
Burcu, for somebody like you who's going out trying to support CSOs in countries where payments infrastructure is non-existent, or you can't obviously send successful funds and campaigns finance there. How are you leading those organizations that are not Web3 native to a platform like Giveth? What are the challenges, and how do you bridge them?
Yes. So, like also like to give you the background that like with like InnoFund, we are also building a platform called Fund for Aid, and this platform is specifically designed to support our projects within the UNDP's initiatives. And with that kind of a platform, you have to make it very easy, because like I don't come from the blockchain world. It is very difficult sometimes for us to understand the language you're speaking. So like in the beginning of the conversations when we met with the blockchain companies, like we had to ask them several times, can you speak a little bit easier language? We say to them so many times. And sometimes they even forgot to do that. And we were texting each other in the group and saying like, we understand nothing, what is going on, or things like that. So I think you really have to make it quite easy in terms of the user journey. That is one of the most important things. Like our CSOs, they are very small or medium, so they don't have capability. Like some of them cannot even sometimes join our meetings because of like internet connectivity and things like that. So I think to make these platforms as easy as possible, to create the wallets as easy as possible. I have created several wallets like until now, but sometimes like when I create it, it is so difficult to find things. So I think there has to be instructions and make it really easy for them to understand. And after it, even the fact that sometimes for them to fill in a form that we send them is sometimes challenging. So I think we really have to make it easy. Plus, you have to make them understand that this is something that's going to benefit to them. And because of the fact that sometimes there are 3 people working in the organization, why should they spend time on creating a digital wallet, and maybe they will not even get the benefit out of raising funds because they will not be able to achieve it. So I think no matter what, as also mentioned like in the previous panel, the education aspect is so important. So we are planning in September to do the crowdfunding. But then we want to do the Crowdfund Academy on Web3 for them to understand the concept and to tell them that they will receive the funds, because it is very difficult. We wanted to send grants, and you also mentioned the grant management aspect of it. 2 years ago, we sent 25 grants, and we could not send grants to Sudan and Libya because of the banking system. So they had to then find a partner in another country. They had to send us a paper, and it took so much time. So I really think that the grant management aspect and digital payments together can solve the problems. Maybe it is so easy for us to send from Revolut $5 from, let's say, Denmark to Germany, but for them it is really, really difficult. So I think the grant management aspect, which we also used to work with InnoFund on fact and see how we can make it work, will be something very useful. That is why I think with our team, we want to see how we can address these real problems with the blockchain technology. I'm not an expert on that, so I don't know it, but we are going to have accelerator, and we will see some part of it to be done. And also Unicorn, which is part of your initiative, is also going to be part of our accelerator, and then we will pilot and see if it can work.
Okay, can I add to that? Because I think definitely the user experience is super important. I want to double down on that. I think one thing that has been lagging in blockchain and Web3 in general and has been keeping mass adoption from adopting is that the experience is just so hard. I lose people at so you have to write these 12 words and you have to keep them safe, and if someone else has them, they can have all your funds, and if you lose them, you can lose all your funds. That, I lose everyone there. Personally. So what we're scoping in our collaboration, and what we're very excited about, is adding Unicorn to Giveth. Unicorn is it's basically a wallet. It's different things, but the easiest thing and the most important thing for the scope of this project is a wallet that is. It feels like Web 2. It just you go in, you do Web 2 login, you log in with your email. You don't have to know any password, and you're there. You have a wallet. You don't even know that you have a wallet. You don't have to talk about Web 3 at any point. And actually, Unicorn was created out of the need of having a wallet that was like as simple as possible and as safe as possible. And it was created out of a problem because actually some of the projects, well, specifically one of the projects that got a really good matching from a QF round got hacked. And they lose a lot of the money from the quadratic funding round. I don't remember if they got hacked or they made a mistake. The problem is that the money that they had received was not there anymore, or they could not access to it. And we don't want that, to see that happening. And especially we're talking about CSOs in places that probably don't have a lot of Web3 literacy. So safety and simplicity, just optimizing for safety and simplicity. Not having to know, like having a seed phrase and have to store it in a place, and like all these things, and then you have to do some trade-offs probably. We're still like it's still going to be they own their own assets, like self-custody, but it's going to use Web 2 login because that's the easiest way to do it. And safety, because like what we're doing is that it's a wallet that cannot be phished because there is an admin. There are admin powers, and the admin chooses with which smart contracts they can interact with. And what that creates is that they can actually not be phished by anyone, or there's no one that can make fake transactions because an admin says you can interact with these wallets, you cannot interact with these wallets. And I think there is a use case for that. There is also a use case for wallets that are like completely flexible and you can do whatever you want there. But I think there is a really good use case for like wallets that have like guardrails to protect the people that are going to use them. Yeah.
So one of the great things of the blockchain is obviously transparency, right? And one of the great things of quadratic funding is that technically I can see everything that's happening in and around. Now, for an organization like UNDP or other bodies that are trying to raise funds, or for me as a donor, I might not want to know or let the public know where my money is being spent or how I'm donating it. That I'm donating to a cause in Sudan might be problematic in living in another country, So how do we get around anonymizing donations if we want to, and making sure that transparency is good on the one side, but also protects the privacy of those that are giving donations? What do you think?
Oh God, the first one on the hot seat there. What do I think about that question? I think that depending on the platform, I don't know what you would say, Katabi, but from where we stand I stand in Gitcoin, I believe that the platform itself and the transparency that it offers should not be violated in that way. So for those that are looking to make donations to questionable projects or questionable countries, obviously we have OFAC sanctions that we can't do anything with anyway. But I think that it gets down to the ethos of decentralization and having that still be public. I think that if it crosses, and this is just a very personal opinion, but if the project or the donation itself crosses like moral or ethical boundaries, then I wouldn't want it on my platform anyway. However, I do understand the need for anonymity for certain people, or privacy, I guess, as well. And I think that that actually specifically goes back into a Web 2.5 version of what Unicorn is, and ways that we can bring that into Web 3. I think that in the early days of crypto and the tribalism that we tend to have in the ecosystem, we went from Web 2 to Web 3. We missed Web 2.3, 2.5, 2.6 completely. And I can tell you that my best friend living in rural Ontario, Canada, doesn't care about her keys or decentralization. She wants to know that her funds are safe. She wants to know that they're accessible and that she can get them back, and are private. So I think that there is a bit of a trade-off there, depending on the user, the use case, the product, the organization, and knowing that there are, the version of public ZK kind of thing where we can bring those in at a level that works for the users in order to make it easy for them to transact on-chain.
Thank you. Butch, what do you think? Is transparency a big selling point? Is Web3 transparency a big selling point in embracing this technology, or is it just a funding part of it?
Okay, so like most of our donors, they work with us because of the name and the trust we have in the community. So for instance, with Islamic Development Bank, we did so many crowdfunding projects, and for them it was not only for them, but for every donor that they invest money, they want to know that we are supporting organizations that are verified. So for us, like the transparency aspect is so important. Like any organization that would love to work with UNDP, we have to verify them. We have to check within the UN's, let's say embargo organizations to check if they are related to any terrorist organizations or not. We have to double check it. And we also do it with the government officials, but with government sometimes it can be challenging because maybe some government doesn't like one organization because of the fact that political reasons. So for us, the transparency is so important because we, as UN, we cannot support any organization that is going to use the funds for wrong ways. I think the role of UNDP comes in, we don't need to know how, who donated to what cost. That is not something we can monitor. That is also not nice for the organizations. But still, I think our role comes in to kind of check the impact. And then to see after the campaign, did they really implement the project? Did they really reach the people that they promised to reach through their campaign? That is the transparency aspect that our donors care. They do not focus on who donated, but they focus on the crowdfunding campaign that we supported. Did it really support 100 people, or maybe the organization didn't utilize it? That is why the organizations need to send us reports, and we verify it as much as we can. We have country offices in 170 countries, so we also collaborate with them to see the transparency aspect of it. But I also think that we cannot track and monitor everything anyway, so there will be always lack of transparency aspect. But I think in the Web3, at least because of the fact that it's stored in chain and it's publicly available, this might be relevant. But as you also mentioned, maybe some of us do not want to say that we support certain countries for some causes. So I think there is also that, but I think it is really difficult to balance it. But at least, as long as we can make it more transparent than it is in some cases, it will be good, because there are also offline donations. Then it is very difficult to also monitor that.
I also want to add that. So I think that there are I agree completely, in depending the use case, depending the needs, and depending in which part of the, let's say, value part of the chain you are, is where you might prefer to have transparency versus privacy. And then there are also different levels of privacy. For example, in Give It As It Is, you can do pseudo-anonymous donations, but that means that your donation is not seen by, it cannot be seen by anyone, or by everyone. But for example, there is if someone goes to the transaction hash and goes into the blockchain, they can actually see which was the chain, but it's not there in the UI, right? So that gives some level of transparency. And so, for example, not to give it, but with another product that we have with Pairwise, we actually have thought about that, and we integrated zero knowledge for a voting application. And then we had kind of three different levels of privacy. One is everyone is able to see how other people are voting, which probably for voting is not ideal, and probably for some donations there could be people that wouldn't want to be seen. Then there was the semi-private option where other people are not seeing, but maybe the admins see how do you vote? Like, and this could be important, for example, for UNDP, or for some people that maybe not everyone should see how people are moving their funds. But some people that might want to do due diligence or that might want to know a little bit more about the process, they would like to have some information. And then there is the option of like completely like using zero knowledge technology or encryption and have this information completely private, which I think there might be some use cases. I don't know if they are the majority. But yeah, I like different levels and different applications, and I think it should be customized to the use case.
Thank you very much. Guys, I think we're coming up to the close. Thank you so much, Rina, Gotabe, and Bochu. And we are outside. Ask us any questions, and go on with the next session, please. Thank you.
thumbs up correctly? Yeah? Good. Welcome back. As we go into the afternoon block, we'll have a quick panel that looks at blockchain for financial inclusion and humanitarian aid. And I want to reflect a little bit on what we've listened to in the morning, and kind of I at least had a burning feeling that when I did my opening part, I should have framed it a little bit more explicitly around the moment of crisis that the world is in today. Because I think that if we're not building to what we're building and what we're discussing, if we're not speaking to that moment that all of the public sector is facing and all of the international development community is facing, and what we are seeing on the ground actually in conflicts that are both expanding and intensifying across the world, then we're going to be missing both the relevance and the opportunity to actually build something better. So I think if we're speaking around financial inclusion, particularly humanitarian aid, it's important to keep that backdrop in mind, that actually now is the time where we should be looking at bolder ideas, where we should be looking at how we can move ahead faster, and where we should be understanding in much more depth and nuance exactly the community needs on the ground. And that includes the kinds of things that we just heard from the prior panel, that you can't really expect people to understand Web3 lingo and be working in kind of an NGO in Afghanistan. That's just not going to happen. So we need to figure out a way how to bridge this gap. We have an amazing, very diverse panel with us today. We have the UN, we have social enterprise, and we have tech, actually, from a variety of different angles that can bring their experiences. So what we're going to try to do in 45 minutes is to do one round of, I'm going to ask every panelist to both introduce themselves and to say a little bit about what it is they do in this space. What do they bring to the community today? Then we'll do another round where we'll ask for some maybe higher level reflections around what are the insights that we can take back to us as kind of the Blockchain for Good community that we can together take forward. And then we really want to hear from you as well. I think over the past, the first couple of sessions kind of ran out of time, so I'm going to look at my watch and actually interrupt you brutally if need be, so that we can engage with the audience. So Laura, why don't we start with you? Can you tell us a little bit about what does IOM do, International Organization for Migration? What do you do in the space of financial inclusion and blockchain? And what are some things that you are worried about in this space? And what can you share with us? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irina. Is this working okay? Yeah. Yeah. Is it okay? No. Yes, I think now it's okay. Thank you so much. I think this is a relevant conversation, and I'm glad that you started, because I also wanted to zoom out a little bit and talk about the context in which we operate, in which unfortunately it's a very complex and urgent reality. The latest UN figures point us at over 120 million of forcibly displaced people in the world today, and this is a huge humanitarian crisis. This is due to conflict, but also to economic instability, political instability, environmental degradation, climate change, and we know that we also work in a space in which, unfortunately, there is a shrinking humanitarian aid environment, as we said, so increasingly innovative financial mechanisms are key, but we know that all this situation and the scale and frequencies of these complexities are really pushing the limits of humanitarian systems overall. So we really need to rethink the approach. And at the center of this shift, we believe there is innovation, but innovation doesn't mean just a technology or a tool. So we are very glad that blockchain or other technologies can facilitate the work that we do, but we know that we actually need to bring about a shift in power dynamics, a shift in the systems in which we operate. And when we talk about delivery, humanitarian assistance, delivering aid, this is not just about a delivering process, it's about also transparency, traceability, it's about trust. I think some of you have said trust several times during today, so this is key, absolutely key in the humanitarian context, first and foremost. And definitely blockchain can improve this type of traceability. And we have experimented, and I still want to say that IOM has not been one of the early adopters. We are still experimenting in this space but we have had some cases of using blockchain for cash-based assistance, also supply chain, and we are looking at also self-sovereign identity, how legal identity or data management system can be used, for example, for stateless or displaced communities, so that their data can be better protected. But we're still not jumping in the space because we see several risks, especially in terms of data permanence, data protections, and so on. So there are still areas in which we are assessing what are the opportunities that the blockchain system, for example, give us. And what are the risks, because we really need to balance them. And also there is a question of legal adoption and legitimacy, because many governments don't want to adopt this type of mechanism. But I wanted to share with you today another example that is more related to an initiative that is cross-country. It's actually now being piloted in South Sudan, Philippines, and in Bikol region in Nigeria, and it's about waste management, because we know that as humanitarian entities, we need to be responsible also for the humanitarian waste that we bring in the humanitarian response. So here we'll work with a partner. It's called Empower. It's a company that with this blockchain-driven traceability application is actually tracing the waste flow from collection, movement, processing, and final disposal, so that individual households, but also individual local entities can invoice IOM about the waste management that we need to pay. So this is for us, this is why the project itself is called Closing the Loop. It's closing the loop of our responsibility in terms of waste management system. And blockchain is really allowing us to trace all the different steps of the chain. And it's also allowing plastic credit issuance, so bringing then income back to the community, so this through some specific only plastic waste, so it cannot be done overall. And also allow access of the informal collector, access to premium compliance markets and fair compensation for them too. So I think for us it's key also to keep on bringing an inclusive environment and also informal sector into this type of technology as well. It also allows IOM to, and I know you're going to interrupt me, but it's allowing IOM also to look at, with the government, where are the gaps in the value chain, for example, of the waste management. Do we need more infrastructure? Do we need more capacity development? Because you clearly see all the steps are traced, and it is a very transparent type of process. So this is an example. There are other examples on case-based intervention, but just to say that inclusivity is key, and also the type of participatory governance behind, because in the end, as a UN entity, we're just facilitating process. So the question is, who is gonna, where is the ownership gonna lie in terms of, is it a local private sector that is going to allow continuation of this type of initiative, or is the local government? So it's very important also to understand in the end all the ethical regulatory frameworks behind.
Yeah, I've got you on inclusivity and participatory governance frameworks, and I think we can return to that then in the next round, because then it's important to get a little bit more detail about what you mean and how. Okay, but now let's go to Gabriela. Can you tell us about your work in this space?
Thank you very much. I'm Gabriela Chang, CSO and co-founder of ETHCC. I was head of department at the Secretary of Economic Development in Mexico, and I was also an organic coffee producer. So the problem we are tackling is something we are very familiar with. We are talking from the ground. My team and I started very early, so we built infrastructure from scratch to use decentralized finance to solve real-world problems, to shift from charity to efficient business, because it is an urgent time to rethink the systems, because the systems are not working anymore. It's like evident. I don't need to lecture you about that. So what we are doing, we provide a bridge so anyone in the world can become an impact investor and invest into productive cooperatives that are out of the scope of we're talking about 25 million poor producers, micro producers of coffee, producing 80% of the coffee in the world, and yet not served by the financial institutions. This is a nonsense, because coffee is the king of agriculture, and agriculture is king for climate change. So we decided to take action and to innovate against all odds, against I mean, we are led by ethics into what we are doing. And it's a challenge to innovate when there is not a framework, a legal framework to do this and to do that. But we need to move forward and dare to set new standards to build things. And we receive a very welcoming, we were very welcome for the community, but it has been a challenge because we're merging, this is an oxymoron, talking about crypto and impact is like talking of vegans and carnivores. So there's a lot of resistance for the skeptics of one and the other. So I think it is time to take action because, as you say, it's not about if we have to do a change, it's how fast can we do it. So I'm very happy you are interested in this, and I invite you to take a look into what we are doing for financial inclusion with profits for the farmers, for the investors, and for all the stakeholders participating, thanks to blockchain technology that can decentralize all the financial traditional system.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Gabriela. Luke, why don't we move to you? What do you, tell us a little bit about what you do, and I think particularly in your work in remote and small island communities. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, thank you, Rina. It's really great to be here, also be here next to Gabriela. I think we met 7 years ago, or a crazy time. I think the main message I want to share here as the lead of Celo PG, or public goods funding, which really focuses on rewarding and recognizing impact. In this case, in the context of the Celo ecosystem, but we're learning and developing solutions that could be reused in different contexts as well, is that right now we have seen a lot of innovation on the blockchain side, where the technology and infrastructure is much more mature now than even 2 years ago, which makes it much more cheaper and more efficient to build real-world solutions. I think we're now really entering the age where there is an oversupply of infrastructure, an oversupply of technology, I would even say, and a demand for real-world problems to solve. And I think that's really the beauty of a session like today and the SDG Accelerator program that we're part of, is really forcing those opportunities, or really streamlining those opportunities, because there's a major gap right now. You mentioned the crisis just now, and I think it's really important for the blockchain industry to see development as an opportunity, right? We're all saying we need to grow to billions of users, but the only way to reach billions of users is to build stuff that they actually want to use. And yesterday there was a big fuzz about Robinhood launching their own blockchain, and I think it's a great development, but that might even contribute to further inequality even more, because now, yes, you're going to solve global access to stocks, but it's still a nice to have. Many people wouldn't even care that much about getting Tesla because they care about how they're going to feed their child tomorrow, or how they're going to take care of their mom that's getting older and they don't have a house for that person. So ultimately, I think we're at an interesting point, because traditional systems are cracking from many sides. I think we've been saying this for years, but I think especially this year it's been abrupt, like it's been extra painful. But it also creates an opportunity for rapid innovation and rapid acceleration of solutions that drive real-world value. So I come from a small island state called Curacao in the Caribbean. We are used to using infrastructure that's like 20 years old. So if you have color television today, we might have it in 10 years or 15 years. Eventually it gets our way to it. So just to give an example, we're getting PayPal now on the island, something that's been used in other jurisdictions for over a decade. But with blockchain, we have the opportunity to leapfrog that gap, that innovation technology gap, because it's a more even, equal access ground, right? Anyone can open a wallet. I'm happy to sit next to MiniPay here, or Murray from MiniPay, not MiniPay itself, but it's a great example, because I can hook someone up with MiniPay tomorrow and they're gonna have access to functionalities that they might not even know exist. A lot of people, especially in small island states, they're used to still physically going to a bank. They don't expect anything from their bank. They don't trust their bank. A lot of people even deal only with cash because they just don't trust the whole banking or financial system. So it's a combination of getting more people access, but also getting them deeper access. Access to tools that can allow them to not just survive, but potentially even thrive and really grow and build a living, which then kind of segments over to other ecosystems as well. So I think the ability that this existing blockchain infrastructure provides now is really a toolkit that equalizes the playing field, and this is a really good ground for innovation.
Thanks a lot. And I think, yeah, the way you opened about an oversupply of infrastructure and technology and an undersupply of problems is pretty much the exact opposite of what I hear in almost every other room that I ever sit in, is that you hear about an oversupply of problems and a kind of undersupply of things that can easily adapt to those kinds of problems. So I think very important point about actually building things that are for the people that should be using them, and building those things that are needed in the way that they are needed. So David, why don't we go to you next? If you want to tell us about what do you do and what are some real world issues that you've been seeing in this space? Here's the
All right. Hey, everyone. David here. So short history of myself. I got first involved in crypto around 2013, running my first startup, which was a hospitality marketplace, mainly in the global south, off-grid type of situations. So we're working with a lot of vendors in Latin America and Africa and figuring out how to do merchant payments. And I tried every single fintech and MoneyGram and cash on airplanes, and eventually came across Bitcoin, and it was just by far the best and most efficient solution. So I got hooked from there, and it really did solve a real world problem in the global south for real people, which was, I think, the promise of crypto early, why a lot of us got into it. 12 years later, still waiting for that use case of actually last mile remittances in the global south. I don't see it solved, and I see a lot of kind of Web 2 fintechs coming and taking that pie. So I do think that crypto is losing an opportunity actually to make an impact in the real world. And I think part of the issue is that most of the blockchain developers are in the global north, whereas most of the use cases for crypto are in the global south. So there's a disconnect in terms of being embedded in the kind of in the real world. So I got involved in the Celo ecosystem, where I know almost everyone from here, and around 2020 in different capacities, first as a builder and then as a scout on their venture side, and brought in about 10 last mile startups doing different things like remittances, off-ramps, microcredit, et cetera. Fell in love with the Celo ecosystem and really feel like that's the one of the kind of few places where you find real world impact projects. 2 years ago, I became the lead of an organization called Funding the Commons, which came out of the Protocol Labs ecosystem. And we are an events organization and a builder ecosystem, increasingly starting to incubate projects as well. We just did our last event in Berlin, Funding the Commons Berlin, about 2 weeks ago. And we also run hackathons and developer residencies. So we're planning a couple events coming up in Argentina at the end of this year. Really excited to be working with Latin American builders on all sorts of issues that the continent faces. Let's see, what else? Yeah, so as part of what we do as an organization, beyond kind of discussing and experimenting with public goods funding mechanisms and infrastructure, is finding builders that would like to run pilots in the real world and deploy on protocols such as Celo and Ethereum, and experiment with new mechanisms for public goods funding. One of the more exciting projects we're involved with and incubating is with Kickstarter's crypto department, which is called the Creative Crowdfunding Protocol. And we're basically building a crowdfunding toolkit for refugees and displaced persons. So I would love to talk to you, and unlocking the ability of displaced people around the world to access financial services, a bank account, inflation-resistant savings, and ultimately the ability to receive money directly into their wallets rather than through kind of intermediary NGOs where the kind of capital efficiency goes down. We've seen up to an order of magnitude of 10x versus like beneficiaries directly receiving and directly allocating the funds towards the problems that they know on the ground. So that's really exciting for us as a focus to experiment, and we're using quadratic funding, which essentially enables donors to put up kind of a fund, and then the crowd and the community to allocate where those funds go. So that's some of the stuff that we're up to. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Great. Murray, can you tell us about MiniPay? Tell us a little bit about what you do, what you are seeing. Thanks.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you very much for hosting us. It's amazing what the UNDP is doing. It's lovely to spend time. Before this, we had such interesting conversations learning about your various roles in the ecosystem. It's fascinating to see what can be done with coffee farming, for example. I work for Opera. I head up the commercial for MiniPay, our fast, easy, reliable dollar-based stablecoin wallet. Opera's been in the browsing industry. We've had a variety of different browsing products for over 25 years now, all focused on emerging market and global south. And that led us down a number of different acquisition or startup routes over the years, where we've tried to produce products that can face and address a number of the problems that we run into with our consumers. This led us down a few fintech routes and eventually to MiniPay. And MiniPay is built on Celo. We're very grateful for that. It's a fast, easy, reliable, stablecoin dollar digital wallet that allows users to send and receive value, allows users to store value, and soon to create value. We have seen through our access to user behavior with the browser, we've seen this massive demand for, from our users at least, for sending value not only locally through different mobile money channels, and it's an incredibly challenging environment one can understand in the global south, but also to send value cross-border. We noticed percentages of north of 10-15%. For example, someone trying to send money to their mum living in Abuja or living in Nairobi from a global north market. We were really close to the fantastic success that M-Pesa created in Kenya, and that was born of necessity. We believe the same. Any tech needs to answer a problem and have a real solution, rather than just trying to create a problem to solve, which we see, as we know, in the Web3 community, it's a fundamental problem. But what MiniPay aims to do essentially is to allow an everyday user to buy a stable currency, to hedge against inflation, and to be able to store, hopefully create value, and send that currency instantly and at very low cost and really quickly. The currencies that the countries that we work in have had macro and microeconomic challenges for 50, 60 years. They have currencies that are incredibly volatile. They have a corrupt intermediary structure more often than not. And this lends itself to a dollar-denominated stablecoin product. We support USDT, we support USDC, we support CUSD. And we're quite proud of the ecosystem that we've managed to associate ourselves with through our partners, Celo. For example, we're now, I think, a little over 3,500 transactions a day from our users in Nigeria buying airtime. Users can learn to earn, users can, there's a donate app, for example, which is quite relevant for today. We're creating this real-world utility around a real-world currency for real-world users, a mobile money 2.0, a WhatsApp for money, we hope.
Great, thanks a lot. So let's do a quick second round where we want to focus a little bit beyond what it is that you do to more about what do you see will be the need emerging. So not just from your organizational perspective, but also what are kind of your key insights for the wider ecosystem. What do you think should be happening as kind of from us as a community, and also us as a convener occasionally of this community? What are the spaces in which we should be collectively? Yeah, Laura.
Thank you so much. I think this is key, and I think maybe to start, because we have so many opportunity now with these emerging technologies, but I see there are a lot of examples that were presented here that really link also the informal economy or displaced community. This is very important to not create, technology where we still create barriers in terms of how do we link still informal economy when using, for example, blockchain actors, and this is the example that I was referring before, like the informal waste pickers are people that are really left behind. They're not linked to the formal waste management sector, and they also don't have bank account to have bank transfer. But so I think the blockchain can really also facilitate this type of accountability and openness to different type of actors. So this is one. But also integrate inclusion indicators in terms of performance assessment, because sometimes we are very much looking at the quantitative indicators of how much money are we saving, cost of transaction, efficiency, which is very important to measure, but also where are the qualitative indicators in terms of more inclusion, like what is the user feedback, how those different type of tools can be translating in local languages, what type of format do we utilize, and I'm glad that we have example here of grid use. This is another key aspect for the sector. How can we use all this when there is no internet connectivity? What does happen? And also we have elderly users. What do we do when digital literacy is very minimal or non-existent? So these are maybe the areas in which I think we should push our thinking further. And I know we spoke a lot about education, even in previous panel. I think this is also key, that this doesn't need to become, and I have to tell you, even for myself, I'm not a blockchain expert at all. And sometimes there is a language gap. So how can we bridge the gap, not only internally in the sector, but also for community, that they really need to drive this shift. And I think blockchain and other tools can really support us in making, in bringing those actors, especially I'm thinking about migrants, displaced community and host community, really much at the center of their own, driving their ownership of their own data, their own assets. So they need to drive this type of power shift so that we can support this transition to a better system better. But yeah, I think it's also critical to still continue to do intersectoral gender analysis, because there are a lot of power dynamics that may be overlooked if we don't do that, especially with cash transfer. We have seen this in cash-based transfer. You need to look also what are the existing power dynamics and how, a better gender analysis and other type of vulnerability analysis need to be done, so that you don't actually build on already existing inequality or asymmetries. This is where, as usual, I think this is common to all the people working in the sector, we always start with a needs assessment, a vulnerability assessment. And I think some of you have mentioned that it's very important to understand the context and the problem first. Is this the right tool, technology? Because it this might be not a technology for all the type of problems. So understanding what problem are we tackling with blockchain, because it might be needing not even blockchain, or maybe not even a digital solution for that type of problem. So go back to the board and starting, okay, what is the real problem, and do we have all the voices and actors at the center to design from the beginning to the end? Because I think sometimes we bring local actor a little bit more in an advanced stage, where they need to be there from really like day one.
Who do you think should be doing that, to be honest?
Well, hopefully, definitely, organizations that work in development humanitarian sector should be the orchestrators, facilitator of that. But I'm also hoping, looking at, the company, the other actors that there are in the system, these are your users, right? So there's need to be an interest from those entities as well to understand, okay, how can this tool transform Africa? Africa is also like 60% of the population is youth. So these young people are the new adopter of tomorrow. How can we talk to them? Do we speak the same language or not?
Good, good. All right, so qualitative indicators, education, investment in power dynamics, better assessments of kind of user needs, broader picture view of whether it's a technology that we need or is it something else, better problem analysis, roughly. Can we see what we want to add to that rather than I think let's try to be brief and kind of what else?
I would like to point out that the interpretation of data is crucial because when we talk about financial inclusion, I attended many events about financial inclusion that were about including more the already included.
Yeah.
According to the World Bank, a quarter of the world population, 1 out of every 4 human beings still don't have access. So I think we should focus more on talking about the inclusion of the excluded, not selling more services to those that are already not in the best conditions, but they are already within the system. No? So open the view to see that the metrics, the reports reflect the reality, and I think that's a challenge. That's very important. I would add that.
Fantastic, thanks.
Yeah, I will add on, building on that, I think there's a crisis and there's an opportunity right now. So the numbers I've seen is around 42% of global humanitarian aid budgets come from the US, and nearly 100% of that funding is at risk. Could be 60%, could be 90%, but just to give you numbers, that's 42% or $2 out of 5. A lot of that funding was going to things like running HIV clinics in Rwanda or wherever. So I think there is a moment right now where there's a need to experiment with other solutions because the old ones either someone decided they weren't working, whether they were or not is debatable, but there is a need to find new, much more capital efficient solutions. And I mentioned that some of the early pilots that we did, we found capital efficiency 10x higher when the end beneficiaries were allocating their own funds rather than being told. So I think there's something there. And then on top of that, finding a way where the end beneficiaries actually have some interest or upside or incentive to create value rather than being kind of in the paradigm of a dependent. Empowering the beneficiary to be in the paradigm more of an entrepreneur.
Yeah, go ahead.
Briefly add something to it. I think we have to think blockchain is a driver. We have the chance to build new economic systems. It's not the tool to do faster what we are doing, but to do something totally different. Not to be a new front end, but a whole new back end. And that's a challenge, I think.
Great, thanks. Who wants to pick it up? Yeah.
Yeah, what I want to add to that is I think we need to make it much more attractive to solve really complex problems. I think we've optimized capital allocation the past decades on solving like very specific capitalistic problems. The challenge there is that some of the smartest brains and best builders are being attracted to that because, I mean, for example, myself, I'm 28, I'm also suffering from inflation, blah, 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 I can't buy a house, blah, blah, but it is driving me to want to make money and want to make a living and want to make a family. So every day when I wake up, I have this kind of debate in my brain. Do I do what is easiest to make money or do I do the complex way, uncertainty, pain, suffering to ultimately contribute to a better world? And I think one of the big opportunities that we are making progress with on the blockchain with the kind of public goods funding narrative, but also the economics behind it is we're building towards this concept we call impact is profit, or really recognizing the impact that someone or something has on a wider ecosystem. And I think what it can do is flip the tables around where it becomes much more interesting to solve actual big problems, right? And where you can benefit from some of that upside as a way to get the most committed, smart people to work on these challenges rather than doing another quant fund that does whatever arbitrage and blah, blah, blah. So I think to me, there's this ability to realign economic incentives toward real problems. I think that's what we're also doing here together.
Thank you.
I don't think I can add too much to all of those points, but usability is really important to us at Manipo. We've spent a long time trying to develop an app that we believe is relevant locally. It's easy to use. You add money easily. You register using your phone number. There's no seed phrases. There's no gas fees. It feels comfortable for my mum to use it. It's a product that we believe is usable. And I think that's a massive challenge in Web3, where we understand what we need to do. We understand the problems we face. We understand the necessity. But to present it to a user in the global south in a manner that they can consume it, we battle to do that. And we're still seeing parts in our product. We're fortunate as to have been operating in these markets for so long, but we still see parts of our product that don't resonate. But we try every day to try and create a product that is usable, a product that, if we're looking to inclusion, that someone can safely and easily store value, and hopefully in the future can start to safely and easily create value. And that's easier said than done. But I think a dollar ecosystem, in a dollar-based ecosystem powered by stable coins in this global south would potentially empower something like that.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot on the usability comment, and I think also look to you on the point of complexity and uncertainty. And I think this is something that we at UNDP have spent probably our innovation kind of efforts, mostly over the last couple of years, have been about how do we get both our organization, but particularly governments, a little bit better at dealing with these kinds of problems, because to be honest, we're not very good at it. Most of the instruments we have are built based on assumptions of predictability and linearity, and where you have a problem that has kind of a known solution, and it's just a question of supplying enough resources or technology or infrastructure to solve that problem. And that's simply not the case anymore for almost any big major problem, and that's partly why we're seeing this gap in relevance in what we're doing. So I think that's if we can kind of think a little bit together on this, I think that would be amazing, because complex problems also don't have a single owner or a single solution that's going to attract them. We need to be working together collaboratively. All right, we managed. Excellent work. Please, I would like to now turn to the audience and actually see who would like to contribute, both in terms of comments, suggestions, your work, or questions for the panel. I do hope we have some floating mics somewhere. If we don't, I'll hand over mine. Yeah.
Hi, Daniel with Oxygen Chain. Been pitching so much that my throat's we're deep in refi, committed to reducing levels of contaminations in our ocean, lakes, and river. Group of subject matter experts specializing in water remediation, water treatment, joined with crypto nerds. And how many questions can I ask? I'd like to ask a question for Laura, first of all. Yeah, just really quick. If one for Laura and then one for David. Is water contamination on your radar at all? That's a question for you. A question for David. Is what you're doing with funding the commons a little bit like Gitcoin? It's a question for you. Gabriella, is water contamination, basic sanitation on your radar at all? If it's not, I'd like to talk to you about it. And a quick observation for Luke. I agree with you. Technology, it's a lot of technology. When we thought up Oxygen Chain, the technology didn't exist to do what we can do today. But we still have a long way to go. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks for the question. Yes, definitely. Water management systems are something that are very relevant to our work, especially when we deal with management displacement settings, but overall because it really contributes to community resilience. So happy to maybe talk more about the type of technologies or ideas that you've been experimenting on the water management side of things. Thanks.
Okay. If we are related to water solutions, agriculture is, well, everything is indirectly or directly connected to water. But sustainable agriculture takes care of the management of this water, of the residuals that go to the river, and that's taken for granted. It's not that the financial system, it's aimed to that, but we are very optimistic, very, very ambitious also. And we expect that this direct connection we're doing with the farmers will enable the final consumers to retribute the farmers because they are the stewards of the land and of the water, of course, if you mean in a whole thing. But they are excluded from the carbon markets and all these markets, again, because they are too small. Once we solve this access to them, to the system, as you are doing financially now, we will also link to the benefits they deserve for protecting the water and the environment in general.
All right, and to answer your Gitcoin question, actually Gitcoin's a close partner of ours. They've been a great partner. We work with them all the time. I'd say one of the key differences is that while I would say Gitcoin is very focused on funding streams towards open source developers within crypto, we are more interested in experimenting with public goods funding infrastructure and mechanisms in the meat space or in the real world, and working with the public sector, with governments, with bodies like the UN, in testing and deploying Web3 infrastructure like outside of the building. And then I'd also say we're much more events focused than Gitcoin.
Thanks a lot. Luke, do you want to answer that comment? If you want.
Yes, I think the comment said that there's still a long way to go as well on the tech, and I completely agree. But I think what we need now to progress where we are from is actual problems to solve and hyper-focus on that and just bite into it. So we cannot progress by just philosophizing about how this solution could work for the real world. Like, we just need to get out there, get hit in the face with the reality, and then readjust. But I think we've gotten as far as we can on just kind of infrastructure, being purely infrastructure. If they're building real-world solutions, I think is the only way to go now.
Thanks. We had a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a point of information, really, that the Scottish Parliament at the moment is consulting, and finished actually consulting on a digital assets bill. It will start legislating on the digital assets bill in the autumn. They've published a response to the consultation, and they've mentioned forward-looking jurisdictions such as Singapore and Dubai, and also blockchain in regards to Liechtenstein and anti-money laundering. And just a point of information really is, if people here feel, although the consultation is closed, if they want to get in touch and influence that, that message would be taken on as influence. And so there's a jurisdiction at the moment live. We're doing something in this space. So the people in this room are probably some of the best people to get involved with that.
Then join me in thanking our panelists. It's been a great panel. Thanks a lot. We look forward to continuing to work with you and also connecting others in the UN ecosystem to this conversation. We have to do it together. Thanks a lot. And I don't know if Millie is in the room. Do we have a break, or is there a break? No break? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, tea. Thank you, Thank you.
Shall I get just?
Yeah, we'll just put them up.
We'll just put them here. Yeah.
Great panel.
Thank you.
Als we nu niet een breakthrough hebben, dan gaan we budgetten naar andere in ieder geval een paar macro's op. Ja, maar ik kan me voorstellen, in ieder geval, je merkt wel dat de eerste wave van die komt ten einde. Dit soort projecten, ik denk dat de tweede wave nog beter dan de eerste wave van plannen is. En nu gaat het uitwerken. Misschien dat we een keer daar ook op kunnen praten. Misschien dat de samenwerking is vanuit, ofwel de democratie of een evenementje. Ja, dat is ook een beetje de sales pitch. Wat we eigenlijk, wat ik wil creëren is, dat is ook vorige keer kan net nog gevallen, maar een representatie van Nederland van partijen. Ik heb ze uitgelegd, kijk, het zijn landen zoals Dubai. En die zijn onze agressieve talentjes aan het testen. Iedereen die online deze goed geld kan verdienen, die gaat weg uit Nederland. Maar binnen het Koninkrijk hebben we mogelijkheden om te toch op Curaçao, Bonaire, waar dan ook, toch te retainen, dicht bij je reach. En als je die mensen van elkaar gebruikt voor je ontwikkeling. En dat dat echt een soort van niche, Singapore-achtig iets, is een beetje wat ik dan vind opzetten in Curaçao. Je zou zeggen, niemand in Nederland vindt het erg om even naar Curaçao te moeten. En misschien wel om even naar te buiten. Niet om als je daar 6 maanden in zit, of 9 maanden in zit, bij slagenprijs. Ik ben echt helemaal overtuigd dat
Er is een heel mooi rapport van geweest van alle Nederlandse blockchain-industrie, van het Nederlandse ministerie. En dat geeft wel een mooi overzicht van iedereen in bezig. Dus ik ken ook veel mensen die elkaar steunen. Maar je ziet nu wel de ministeries en dat soort dingen, dat is echt zijn.
Het Odyssey, en dan met jullie eigenlijk volgens mij een beetje een journey geweest van de Odyssey in 1920. En toen ben ik zijn gestoten, dat is gestoten naar u, of we kunnen nemen, dat gaat kunnen kunnen.
Hartstikke groot, die Dutch alles terug, dat is heel veel, je ziet wat gebeurt.
start because we're already very late. All right. Welcome. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. For those of you who just joined us and don't know me, I'm Milica, and I'm a part of United Nations Development Program's AltFinLab team. And I'm very excited to take this moment on behalf of my organization and my team to officially launch one of our key blockchain initiatives, the SDG Blockchain Accelerator, that we've heard a little bit about from my colleagues, Irena and Borchu, here this morning. But this is a special opportunity to launch with many of our amazing partners here with us, and we'll have a roundtable, an open discussion about what it really means to us and how we see it moving forward until the end of the year and the next couple of years moving ahead. So next slide, please. So the SDG Blockchain Accelerator is strategically led by UNDP's AltFinLab and co-implemented with our partners Blockchain4Good Alliance and Emorgo Labs. We're working in close collaboration with several blockchain and emerging technology partners that are here with us today, the Celo Foundation, Stellar Development Foundation, and Flock. And this accelerator pilot builds on some of our key initiatives, including the UNDP Blockchain Academy, which you heard a little bit about in the previous session from Borchu. And this initiative has already equipped our UNDP colleagues from over 100 countries with knowledge, skills, and tools to, not very technical knowledge, but just for them to better understand how to apply this technology in order to solve and address some of these challenges they're facing on the ground, as well as move closer to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And after the Academy, we got over 400 applications from our UNDP country offices. And after careful consideration and a very comprehensive selection process, we are onboarding nearly 90 teams to our accelerator cohort 1 and the related hackathons that will serve as a funnel to cohort 2. Next slide, please. So the pilot is being co-designed with all of our partners, and some of you will be joining me on stage shortly. And it is designed to include 2 cohorts, each lasting 4 months. And I'm very happy to share that we just launched cohort 1 yesterday in collaboration with Emorgo Labs after a thorough matchmaking process that paired country-level challenges with relevant solution makers. And as of yesterday, we have 14 teams that are now beginning their acceleration journey officially. Next slide, please. So to select, maybe next one, yeah. So to select the pilots for cohort 2, we're running 5 regional virtual hackathons from 25th of August to 8th of September. And this hackathon, a 2-week period, will allow our challenge owners, and those are our UNDP country offices, and our solution makers, those from our partners' ecosystem to build and co-design roadmaps and test collaboration in that 2-week period, on the basis of which we will then select 30 pilots for cohort 2 of the acceleration program that starts end of September this year. Next slide, please. Thank you. And here you can see the accelerator pilot timeline. We've started with a call for applications in April, and now we find ourselves at the end of 1st of July already, and we've launched cohort 1. So our goal with the entire accelerator program is to support at least 40 blockchain-based solutions in different priority areas such as financial inclusion, digital identity, sustainable supply chains, and climate action, as well as governance. And we're trying to support those 40 top selected solutions from concept validation to pilot implementation, but also provide those top then selected pilots out of those 40 with post-acceleration support and funding in collaboration with our partners. What is important to note here is that we at UNDP are strongly prioritizing interoperable and open source solutions, and the accelerator is designed to promote cross-chain collaboration and encourage wider ecosystem adoption. The second thing is that our solutions, it is a priority for us that our solutions are grounded in local challenges and local contexts as defined by our country offices, who are of course the closest to the communities and the governments we're working to support. And that proximity allows us to scale successful pilots across countries and regions very quickly, which is, I think, also UNDP's comparative advantage in comparison to other potential partners that you have a chance to work with. And as a third priority, I think we're focused on building on long-term partnerships and as well as ensuring that there is that post-acceleration support and funding that is very important for scaling the most promising solutions. Next slide, please. So to illustrate some of the challenges that we're trying to address with our pilots, here are some of our moonshots, very bold ideas that are each aligned with specific SDGs, as you can see, for example, helping 100 million people escape multidimensional poverty, and we'll have topics such as secure digital identities, decentralized financial platforms, and we heard a little bit about all of those microloans, digital wallets, remittances, transparent aid distribution. Some of the use cases, as you can see here, are blockchain-powered digital payment systems or blockchain-based credit guarantee facilities for MSMEs. Next slide, please. Yeah, so you can see some other use cases here related to crowdfunding and access to clean energy in general. Next slide, please. Or enabling 800 million people to participate in elections. So we're talking about secure digital voting, voter identity verification, and here use case could be a blockchain-based biometric identity system. Next slide, please. Yeah. I mean, just to illustrate, one more example, promoting over $1 trillion for public expenditure and private capital investment in the SDGs. We're talking about transparent investment platforms, crowdfunding for development, impact investing tracking, and the use cases could be a blockchain climate finance platform. We are talking about Lao here because we're working with our country office there, but it could be scaled to any country context, of course, or a blockchain-based carbon credit payment system. And we had a couple of these use cases in our cohort one already that are being accelerated as we speak. Next slide, please. So, thank you so much. I think I'll stop here and invite our partners to join us in a discussion and then open the floor if you have any questions. If you'd like to learn more about any of our initiatives, including the SDG Blockchain Accelerator, please, you can approach us outside. Our team, Irena, Burcu, and myself, and our Blockchain Partnerships and Accelerator lead, Theodor. So you can go back to slide 1. Now I would like to introduce our panel. Please, if I can see Glenn somewhere. So Glenn Tan, Director of Global Affairs at Blockchain4Good Alliance. Please join us. And then can I see Ada Vaughn from, I actually didn't recognize you. Ada Vaughn, Senior Director, DeFi Partnerships, Stellar Development Foundation. Jay Sun, the founder and CEO of Flock, and Luke Weber, Public Goods Lead, Celo and founder of Collectivo Labs. Thank you so much for being here with us. So let us, if you're okay with that, we like the other setting more. Oh, we need it, yeah. All right, sorry for that. So thank you so much for being here with us. I think it's a good opportunity and a timely one to all sit together. We have our Wednesday weekly meetings with our partners related to the SDG Accelerator coordination. But I think it's beautiful that we get a chance to meet in person and have this discussion and open the floor to some ideas from those who might be interested to join as potential future partners as well. So let's start with a quick round of introductions. If you're okay with that, just like very short, briefly about yourself and your organization or company you're representing, starting from Luke.
I'll keep it very short as it was on just now. So Luke, lead of public goods for Celo, been a purpose-driven builder for about 8 years now. I'm currently based in the Caribbean in Curacao and really committed to making doing good impactful and rewarding.
Hey, Jahao, CEO and founder of Flock. We are a private AI building platform, especially for the technologies where we don't have to take users' data from their own entities, right? But we can still train a model across devices. So that's kind of technology that's actually very much underlying built for good to make sure we don't have any super control over some third party, that everyone can actually own their own model, their own AI.
Hi, I'm Ada Vaughn. I'm the head of DeFi partnerships at Stellar Development Foundation. Stellar Development Foundation exists to further use of the Stellar Network, which is, some people call us an OG blockchain, launched in 2014. And Stellar was launched and continues to hold the mission of expanding financial access. We've done that through facilitating projects that build anything from B2B payments to remittance flows to lending, micro lending and SMEs. And so, yeah, really excited to be here and part of Blockchain4Good.
Hi everyone, my name is Glenn. I'm the Director for Global Affairs at the Blockchain4Good Alliance. We are a non-profit organization founded as well as funded by Bybit, the world's second largest cryptocurrency exchange. A lot of people like to think of us as the for good arm for Bybit. So we are a global coalition and we exist primarily to support blockchain projects pushing societal and public good. So very happy to be here.
Thank you so much. I think you can keep that microphone for your side, yeah. Thank you everyone for your introductions. Let me start from Glenn. So Glenn, you have been leading the BGA's incubation program and many other initiatives for quite a while now. And being a founder yourself and very focused on Blockchain for Good impact projects in general, let's see from BGA's, but your perspective as well, and as one of the leads of BGA's initiatives in general, why do you think it's important to create dedicated pipelines such as this SDG blockchain accelerator for builders working on impact and public goods projects?
Right, thanks, Malika. So a lot of points to answer, but I have to keep this short, right? So essentially for me, being a founder in the space, as well as being like the public face, the global operator for the Alliance, I really start to connect with a lot of builders on the ground. And we also start to realize that, even in 2025, the space right now, where we talk about blockchain for good type projects, it's still very under-supported, underfunded really. So, in 2024, billions were actually going to speculative projects. And even though we do see a rise in ESG mandates around the world, the Web3 part of it tends to still pretty much be absent in a lot of global regulations, global efforts. So the Alliance really exists to help to create this entire ecosystem where we're able to provide that first level and tailored support to projects, which we realize are missing in the space even today. So a lot of times people always only look at how to get rich quick and stuff like that. And like I said, right, even in 2025, still the same problem. So that's why we realized that working on this accelerator gives more, understanding of blockchain as a use case and really having and sifting out the best cases in blockchain for social and public impact. And we will be their first level of support to help them scale up their initial traction in the world and to really help them build up from there and give them the legitimacy.
Thank you so much. Just a follow-up question here to touch upon what you've mentioned about the lack of funding and your role in this partnership, this program in general. How does BGA's role in convening Web3 leaders and its funding support enhance the accelerator's ability to drive SDG-aligned solutions this year and beyond? But let's focus on this year first.
Okay, so diving a little bit back into the origins for the BGA. Like I said earlier, we are a non-profit, but our origin story is also pretty unique in itself because ultimately our founding company is a cryptocurrency exchange, and you don't see that too often. So when it comes down to it, we believe that we hold that position where we are able to, give a different type of lens, a different type of branding, showing the world that, a powerful entity like Bybit, like a crypto exchange, can actually be positioned to utilize its profits, its funding, to actually support initiatives like us. So when we talk about moving forward this year and beyond, what we're looking for is also to kind of expand alliances with other major blockchain players who may not necessarily be for good, but start to realize that they're able to actually get in on funding such initiatives to in the end join us on our ventures and our efforts to help push blockchain forward in that sense. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And maybe moving to Luke, because Celo Foundation, Celo protocol in general has been built on these principles of for good regeneration, right? Mm-hmm. And how and it has been working on impact use cases since 2017, right? Mm-hmm. And so many incredible use cases have come out of your ecosystem, such as MiniPay. And we heard from Murray, I'm not sure if he's in the room, a lot about what MiniPay has been able to achieve so far. So what makes the SDG Blockchain Accelerator, in your opinion, a valuable collaboration for Celo? And how do you see your ecosystem supporting its growth and impact over time?
Yeah, so that's a great question, by the way. I think one of the big evolutions that Celo went through is it started off as a mobile-first carbon-negative blockchain. Mobile-first back in we launched the chain in 2019, but back then blockchains were not cheap. Now most blockchains are cheap, which is a great perk, great time to be alive. But back then it was not the case, so many blockchains could not run on a mobile device. So mobile use cases were not really an option. So a lot of the early efforts of Celo went into allowing for a cheap, trustworthy blockchain. We've done that, that works now. And then allowing for mobile-first use cases through, for example, MiniPay, but also the Valora app. That has also worked. So we see now millions of real users using the applications. Some of the kind of innovations that are coming from that as well is self-protocol. It's an identity protocol. So it uses zero knowledge proofs to confirm an identity of someone, and then allows people to use that to attest certain information. So for example, showing that I'm from country Y without having to show my date of birth and my whole KYC, etc. So that's kind of what I was saying in a previous panel. Like, we've built a lot of the infrastructure, a lot of the underlying technology is there. Celo also recently kind of rejoined the Ethereum ecosystem, which allows for a lot of composability. So it's kind of a fancy word to say it's easy to do stuff across Celo, but also Ethereum. I think we're even seeing beyond the Ethereum ecosystem further kind of collections of chains being able to exchange value and knowledge. And I think where all of this kind of comes together is what we now need is tangible programs and solutions to work on together. I mean, I would not sit in a room with the Stellar team, for example, if it wasn't for something like this. But that's where the real magic happens, because ultimately it's not crypto brand against crypto brand. It's all of us as humans solving really big
Yeah. Great. Now I have a question for all of you. Let's start thinking about what happens next. Like after pilot collaboration has been finalized end of this year. So looking ahead, how do you see us scaling this partnership and the accelerator over the next, let's say, 2 to 5 years, or let's say 2 years to begin with, especially with plans to expand to other UN agencies in 2026. So we've started with this pilot focusing on UNDP country offices, but we would like to expand to the entire UN system and open this to other UN sister agencies. So how will your organizations contribute to this expansion to maximize impact?
I'm happy to kick it off. I had a great chat with Glenn just now, and I think co-funding and collaboration is the name of the game. I think we need to make progress on 2 fronts. One, we need to help as many builders build real solutions, track that and showcase the impact of it. And then we need to aggressively upsell that those programs throughout the world. We will, I really think we have to compete with with venture capital scale coordination systems. We need to be agile. We need to be able to make bold bets. We need to be able to push through. So I really hope that we can progress with the acceleration as we're doing now, nurturing more teams, progressing the solutions throughout the UN system, but then also even growing beyond that, also in terms of the funding side. I think if we push on those 2 fronts, then we can learn and scale not just the solutions, but also the programs that we develop together. And I think continuity and predictability, those are topics that we just discussed, right? I think by increasing our capacity to run programs, we're also reducing the complexity of everyone involved. So I think if we keep walking this way and keep doing it a little bit bigger and better every time, those 2 things at the same time, then I think we'll make good progress.
Yeah, I think to us, because we're standing in a position where AI and blockchain intersects, right? It's actually a natural bridge from the Web 2 traditional world to Web 3. And in this world, many of the builders from Web 2, they don't actually understand too much about the Web 3 world, and they don't know how actually they can get into this world. I guess, our friends from Stella, from Celo also face this, right? Whenever you want to reach out to some builders, if they grew up in a traditional world, it's very hard to actually convince them in the first sight, say, oh, let's build on blockchain. What is that? How do I do that, right? So there are lots of things, developer adoption, mass adoption. How do we actually bridge this gap to build a product like Flock that is easier and actually very familiar to the tools they've been using in their traditional tech stack? And it's just a blockchain in the back end so that they know that whatever they're building on the platform is already connected to the blockchain. It's transparent, open, auditable by anyone else, and that's a product already done once the model is out of the platform. So I guess this is where I think, and actually the collaboration works very well, that we are trying to bring more attention from those builders from Web 2 world to this Web 3, and then push them to more wider industries and wider regions, right? Which maybe they will never thought of, but actually there are a huge demand there in such regions.
I think it's about growing the companies and then telling their stories at the end of the day. It's like, okay, these companies are going to do something interesting and powerful. Some are going to succeed, some are not. Some are going to learn and pivot and do new things. But I think leaning into the success stories and supporting those companies, connecting them to more resources, whether that be, an ecosystem of VCs, existing in this multi-chain world, and just making sure that the companies have what they need to grow and that they can also be not only a success from an impact standpoint, but a commercial standpoint, I think will bring more attention to those companies, those stories, and the program as a whole.
I think being the last one to answer means all my answers have been stolen. So, okay, so just a quick wrap up. Then I honestly believe in everything that my co-panelists have also said. So I think that really this SDG blockchain accelerator that we're running together can really be like the UN's kind of flagship entry point into scaling up here. So really just to give a few anecdotes, across my recent travels, I've also been associated with a couple of other, UN-based agencies. Of course, the Internet Governance Forum with a couple of Singapore's co-founders of the Singapore IGF here. And recently I've also been in touch with the UN Global Compact. So the UN Global Compact, interestingly, has the SDG accelerator. And then when I talked to them about the SDG blockchain accelerator, we started to realize that there's so much synergies, even though it's like different UN agencies, right? So I think that the part on the SDGs will really become like a common point for a lot of the UN sites to really come in together on, and really having the UNDP lead this front together with like the ecosystem partners like the BGA and the rest of the blockchain partners like Celo and Stellar, and of course with Flock as well. I think that all of us together really provides an entire kind of coalition. Everybody comes together. I think it's a more the merrier kind of thing when it comes down to it. So similar to what Luke was saying just now, it's about really challenging like what the VC field is actually doing, and because most of the time their funding goes to more speculative projects, what we are doing is fighting them the same kind of firepower, but what we want to do is, of course, to support the Blockchain for Good type projects. So I think that everybody's cumulative effort will really be the entry point in scaling up this accelerator from the ground up. So very happy to be, part of the pilot program for this.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So collaboration is key. If you're interested in joining us, in learning more, please do reach out to any of us on the panel, but myself and my team as well. And I'll open the floor for questions. Yes, Kotabe.
Thank you so much. So if I understand correctly, and by the way, I think this is great. I'm very excited about this initiative. And I think the way that you're doing it is fantastic by matchmaking actual challenges, like bringing the problems, not only just like whatever someone thinks that it can be a good idea, but actually bring the problems that people are feeling and that country officers know, and then matchmaking with solution with people that are providing similar solutions. I think that's a very interesting angle. My question is, once that the project graduates, who takes ownership of the dApps or the solution? I don't know if it's like the solution providers or the people that are in the field, or maybe a third person, but I think that it will be very interesting to know, once that the project graduates, who is taking ownership to make it sustainable, scalable, and more impactful.
So I'll start from here, and then the question is directed to any of us, right? Yeah, so from our side, our country offices, challenge owners, are working with startups, with solution makers, and with your companies, basically, who are the owners of solutions on paper, right? But what we're trying to achieve is help with post-acceleration support, and help during the acceleration scale these solutions, and perhaps also pilot them in other countries and regions we're present in and supporting as UNDP. But then, on the other hand, of course, a lot depends on how much support, technical support, financial support is provided and raised from all of the partner sides, right, when it comes to whether or not the pilot will succeed. But it also depends a lot on the government that we're working with, and what is happening on the ground in that very moment in time. But perhaps I'll give the floor to, because each of you are working with your own solutions, and Blockchain for Good Alliance being agnostic partner, perhaps you have your own perspective on this. But let's start from you, Ada. Yeah.
If the project happens to involve the Stellar blockchain, we have an entire function in our org called ecosystem growth. And so companies can come to us for example, if it's a financial protocol, they can get a liquidity grant. If they're trying to grow their user base, they can get a marketing grant. So we have all of these like very purposeful grants for companies that have either graduated from our Stellar Community Fund or other accelerators where we're sponsors. So we have a very specific function in our org to help those companies grow.
Yeah, I guess like all the L1 chains, well,
We're not though. We're a platform itself, right? So we also want to promote the growth of the ecosystem, because for example, if you're building a Uber platform, right, you're not aiming to become a fastest driver yourself. You're actually trying to enable more drivers to actually can drive efficiently and plan efficiently their trips and clients, right? So that's the vision of it. That's why, for us, similarly, we have our grants, we have our marketing resources, and also the platform itself that can help builders, easily build a product and then easily roll out the AI models to the local offices. So that's where we are trying to push those supports for.
Awesome. Yeah, I think post acceleration, I think, of course, every blockchain has their grants and things. We have that too. But I think what I'm most passionate about is linking them up with existing solutions and creating cross-pollination between solutions. So, for example, we had mini pages now. They have an infrastructure with millions of users in Africa. Maybe there's a solution that we pilot in, let's say, Argentina that could also be widely used in Africa. We would plug them into MiniPay, help them create their mini app. And there's kind of acceleration tracks for that as well. I think another thing that is really key here is I think the solutions that will graduate, most of them will have a path towards growth already kind of through that, right? They're solving an actual problem that is known and is big. So they should be able to continue to develop there and earn as well. And I think another thing that's really powerful about this kind of open source public goods funding space, if there's other projects, I heard someone mention Gitcoin today as well, and we're also well connected to programs like that where they can get initial funding and support, which I think is even more important, like from builders that have been founders before and can give them insightful tips on how to progress their company.
All right, so I think that I will talk from an alliance point of view, because like what Milika was saying as well, we are blockchain agnostic. So, and we come in from like a global community, right, in that sense. So interestingly, we do have what we call a BGA incubation program. So even though it does kind of logically, it doesn't make sense to say that incubation comes after acceleration, but I think the term incubation for the Blockchain4Good Alliance at least is something that can be, it's like a wordplay. So our incubation is not necessarily for early stage projects. We take in projects of all different types of stages. Some of them have raised past Series A, but they could use their added support with the network, not necessarily just funding. We also do incubate them. So post acceleration, we are also able to support different types of projects depending on their needs. And I think the largest form of support that we can give them is not just about grants, because at the end of the day, a project needs to itself be profitable, even though it's a for good type project. Without profit, there's no continuity. So sustainability has to be there, and sustainability is ultimately still profit. So what Blockchain4Good Alliance really does is we give a global spotlight to certain projects, so we give them exposure. That's the biggest form of support that we can give. And of course, I regularly use one particular project, which is ETHCC, because right now they are the top incubation project for us. So constantly, they are a key example of like what can really happen with the Alliance's efforts. And for them, it is it's an open secret that, of course, we are founded by Bybit. So for them, for ETHCC, they got additional liquidity support, $1 million USD from Bybit itself. So it is this sorts of large-scale support that we can go beyond just the incubation, beyond just the acceleration that we can give to projects. But I think other than funding, we also give them exposure. I think the more important thing is legitimacy and exposure, and that's what we stand for, to link them up to the different players, the different partners, as well as advisors within the Blockchain4Good Alliance advisory board, stuff like that, yeah.
Thank you so much. Did they answer your question, or should we go deeper? I think I agree with all of that, and just maybe to build on what Glenn has just said, and probably take a moment to announce our collaboration on an event that is an annual flagship event of Blockchain4Good Alliance called Web3 Oscar, where we allow the top projects from our incubation, the BGA incubation or our SDG blockchain accelerator, to take the stage, present, and raise visibility about what they're building, and be awarded with grants, as well as partnership support and whatever else is provided by our partners. So if, do you have any other questions maybe?
Glenn already said that they are focused not on super early, but at the end, acceleration programs or incubation programs is more thinking on pre-seed, super early stage. of projects, but I want to hear about all of you, about your vision, because at the end there is a lot. What is called the missing middle, no? It is a lot of capital for projects who already did it, no? It crosses the chains, and they are already with positive EBITDA and huge turnover, and then they you can get capital to grow exponentially, no? And there is a lot of support for super early stage. But what's your vision about how to solve this missing middle stage for projects? Right?
Yeah, I'm happy to take one. I think what you're essentially saying is there's a lot of support for pre-seed, kind of early ideas, and then there's a lot of, once you have traction and you kind of show the numbers like Series A and up, maybe Series B, but like Series A and up, there's a lot of support, but kind of in between, it's always hard to make it. I think one of the things that I'm very passionate about as Celo and as kind of a public goods ecosystem is providing additional incentives on top of organic revenue or organic usage. One of the programs we're doing is we're allocating monthly rewards based on gas fees paid to the chain, which is a measure of how much an application is being used, which just subsidize further or reward further driving real usage. And I think we could extend that further to like impact-based metrics. We could say, okay, if your project is making progress in this or this category, you're able to earn additional revenue, but it's still proportional to a measure of your actual progress. Because what we want to avoid, I think, is allocating resources to an idea that's not scalable or not being executed properly. But I think as much as we can, just amplifying organic progress is the right way forward, because then evolution will play out, and those that are just more likely to meet that, to cross that gap. But not just subsidizing, because I think that creates another problem.
Go ahead.
It's a tough question. There definitely, and we see firms that are, that have gotten, say, like a friend, and I don't know if you mean like after a seed or after a pre-seed round. I feel like even there are a lot of impact-driven projects that get almost like a friends and family round. Like they're still, less than 10 people in their org. People are working other jobs. Like they're just the super scrappy bootstrapper types. And I think that there are a couple of programs that we have at Stellar that address that. One is the matching fund. So essentially, we don't want to be the lead investor, but if you, and I'll say this to any of you or any companies if you're building on Stellar, if you have some support, but you're struggling to fill out, say a $1 million round or even a $500,000 round, we have this matching fund structure, which similar to what you were saying, it's like, okay, you have some traction, you have some support, but you just need a boost. We can kind of be that extra helping hand. So that's one of the ways. But it is a real problem, and getting attention, because to do a venture capital style deal or really a formal investment, the administrative burden is so heavy. To do a $500,000 investment versus a $5 million investment is kind of the same. And so it is difficult, but we, through our network have been this matching fund thing, and we have other kind of friendly partners, and whether that is, connecting a few companies together that can maybe raise the profile of a project, that sometimes works, but right now it's very organic. It's like one by one, companies come to us, they raise their hand, they're like, we're building on Stellar, we want help, and sometimes it has to be just invented like a bespoke solution for a certain project that has potential.
Thank you so much. I think how we're trying to solve that problem, we usually don't work with pre-seed startups. That's why it's important for us to partner with you and have a trusted ecosystem with vetted projects and solutions that have been already piloted elsewhere, so that we don't risk too much when it comes to maybe losing time as well, because we have this short period of 4 months where we And when it comes to the hackathons we're doing, we have 2-week period to test collaborations and see if those challenges are fitting the solutions and so on. So if we would have to work with very, very early stage, and we do in certain cases, solutions, I think that it would be much more complicated, especially because we don't have the technical expertise. We do have some technical or blockchain experts on the team who are able to guide us and so on, but we are not experts ourselves in that sense. So that's why we're thankful for those for strong collaborations with you, and we are really able to identify the best solutions from your ecosystem. As Luke, you have mentioned, MiniPay, you're also working with Mental Labs and on all of those local currencies, stable currencies, and you have so many tested solutions there. Then with Stellar, we have already conducted a research in 17 countries to be able to identify which of those countries are actually, and challenges in those countries are actually the ones that are also the most suitable for the solutions you're building, especially when it comes to digital payments. Yes, definitely when it comes to Flock, I think your team, I mean, we just had a meeting yesterday, and the team is working hard to identify builders and potential solutions within their ecosystem as well. And what we're doing with Blockchain4Good Alliance, as they're more blockchain agnostic, we're identifying other potential partners and kind of piloting partnerships with other ecosystems to see if we can identify any of the Blockchain4Good solutions. But so far, I think we're starting from working with those ecosystems that are already active in the impact space, because I think that's a logical first step. And but we're also welcoming others to join us in this journey. And as I said, I'll be happy to share more later after our discussions here, and don't hesitate to approach any of us. And unless there are any other questions, yes, we're out of time. So sorry. So join me in thanking all of our panelists and our partners. Thank you so much for being here with us. Yes, with that, I'm closing this session. The break starts now, right? 15 minutes? 15 minutes break, and then we're going into Blockchain4Good Alliance presentation and the demo day for their incubation program. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
let me begin so I don't take up too much time. We still have a little bit of a program down for the rest of the afternoon. Once again, thank you for being here. My name is Glenn. I'm the Director for Global Affairs at the Blockchain4Good Alliance. And essentially, this is really a small, intimate get-together session to give some real talk on what actually Blockchain4Good really is and what the BGA really stands for. Sandeep, can you go to the next slide, please? So we do know that there is strong potential of blockchain to solve real-world problems. I'm not going to dive into too much detail, but we are all aware that there are multiple focus areas that blockchain can actually have. Financial inclusivity, supply chain transparency, environmental sustainability. You guys have already heard a lot of use cases for blockchain and how it can be used for social and public good. So it's not all about crypto, not all about just how to get rich quick. So Sandeep, if you can go to the next slide, let's just dive a little bit more into what the Blockchain4Good Alliance really is. If you guys have been here since this morning, you may have already heard a little pitch by our CEO from Bybit, Ben, who did touch about the Blockchain4Good Alliance. I will talk a little bit more in detail about it and what we do. We're launched in April 2024, so just turned about a year old, or a year plus, about a couple months ago. We were launched by Bybit, the world's second largest cryptocurrency exchange, and we are a long-term collaborative non-profit initiative, and we work with key partners around the world to really contribute to societal good by pushing blockchain technology to solve real-world problems. Now, this is a mouthful, but essentially what we do, we are very well inspired, aligned with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, which is also why we are very honored to be working with major partners like the United Nations Development Program, who is hosting this event right here. So the next slide, we are a global alliance, and okay, the numbers there do need to be updated a little bit, but we give a lot of exposure to the projects within our ecosystem. We work with multiple partners in our entire alliance across various partner types. So we talk about university blockchain associations, public chains, NGOs, NPOs. We are forming this global coalition of projects into one massive ecosystem where we want to hope that it can become self-sustaining, where partners, projects all can help support each other to really help scale forward this Blockchain4Good type movement. And Sandeep, if you can go on to the next slide, we can dive a little bit more into what the Blockchain4Good Alliance actually does. So we are very well powered by what we call the Web3 Key Fund, and this allows us to carry out the 4 pillars of the Blockchain4Good Alliance. The first pillar being a hackathon pillar. So this is where we actually sponsor global hackathon tracks around the world. We work with different partners. We are blockchain agnostic. You may see us pretty often at different events where there is a Blockchain4Good track. So at the hackathon pillar, we are here to really sift out from a grassroots level blockchain projects that can really be used for social good. So this is where we actually come in to give a small bounty track. For the second pillar is the incubation pillar, and quite a couple of our projects are here today, and they will be giving a short pitch right after my keynote as well. Our incubation is actually providing all sorts of support for Blockchain4Good type projects, and unlike the name, we don't necessarily support only early stage projects. We do receive projects and are open to projects of all stages, so our incubation provides equity-free grants, we give go-to-market strategies, business development support, as well as compliance support. So we would like to give very tailored kinds of support to different projects within our ecosystem. And of course, the third pillar is what we call the joint fund, and this is where we are actually pulling together a collaborative funding pool with different partners such as the UNDP. We work directly with L1 blockchains as well as the various protocols to really create a common funding pool to really help to support projects that are built on our partners' ecosystems and will help them to grow and scale. So the SDG blockchain accelerator that we're working with the UNDP is actually part of this joint fund pillar. And the last one is the Web3 Oscar, very similar to the Hollywood Oscar. This is a Web3 variant that is tailored to projects and partners for social and public good. It is a year-end event, and if you guys were here just now for the earlier panel just a few minutes ago, Milika did give a shout out to the Web3 Oscar. It will be in conjunction with the UNDP this year at UN City, and it will be in Copenhagen, Denmark in the early week of November. So we're very excited to really push that forward. So just a quick snippet, Sandeep, if you can go on to the next slide, please, just to really showcase some of our past events and collaborations across our 4 pillars. You can see various stuff from the hackathon, from incubation, from joint fund, and the Web3 Oscar, all compressed into the one slide right here. And the next slide, let's really talk a little bit about real talk. So what exactly is building blockchain for good? So we're really talking about real world and systemic change in society. We're talking about tech that empowers underserved communities, and really providing support that outlasts funding cycles, because projects ultimately do need funding in order to survive. And when people think about Blockchain for Good, we are not talking about charity. A lot of people that I've been meeting on the ground, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have as well of your various projects, they think we're philanthropists, which may or may not be the case, but ultimately it isn't charity. We're all here to be building better systems and ultimately a better world. Sandeep, next slide, please. And when we really talk about the premise of things, it's 2025. It's already 2025, I should say. We have seen blockchain bull cycles, bear cycles, up, down, left, right. It's 2025, and despite the hype around blockchain, around crypto and things, the problems still remain in our ecosystem, especially for the Blockchain for Good type projects. It is still underserved, underfunded, as well as underreported, sadly. 3 U's. When I created this slide with some mini research, I also realized everything was under, so yeah. What really is the current landscape of things, Sandeep? If you go on to my next slide, really a brief insight. Last year, billions in the Web3 and crypto space were poured into speculative projects, a lot less into public and social goods funding, even though we do see ESG mandates around the world being a bit more mentioned, from regulatory policies to VC, capital tables and stuff like that. Web3 is mostly still absent when we talk about it. People are focused on ESG. They forget that Web3 and blockchain can have something to do with it. And this is why builders really face real obstacles when it comes down to funding, when it comes down to policy clarity, and even adoption at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, the Blockchain for Good Alliance, we do realize there are important roles. Sandeep, next slide, please. There are important roles in the major players that we work with, such as the centralized exchanges, as well as institutional players. So they really drive the power behind change. Major public as well as global platforms like our founding company, Bybit, will definitely continue to play a huge and a pivotal role, or rather a very, very critical role as well, in pushing this Blockchain for Good movement forward. Because, of course, we are backed by Bybit, but we don't see them just as donors. We see them as system anchors that really help to push the entire ecosystem forward. Having massive brand names, that come and support such movements really give the crypto industry more governance, more transparency, more reach, and it really makes things more legitimate as well when we start to involve global brand names such as the UNDP. Working together with the UNDP helps to legitimize blockchain's impact as well as its use cases, and it's a strong signal, actually, if you ask me. It's a very strong signal to global governments as well as NGOs, NPOs, to not just take a look at blockchain, but perhaps even take a second look at blockchain if they have preconceived notions of what blockchain really is, and start to realize that blockchain is a social force that can be used for good. And next slide, Sandeep. And so the Blockchain for Good Alliance, our mandate, what is really our stance? We are here to really surface real impact ideas through our hackathon area. And for our incubation pillar, what we want to do is support skilling up promising projects. We are working to co-fund with aligned players in the industry, as well as to celebrate and spotlight true innovation. Because what really drives us, Sandeep, if you could go on to the next slide, is really 3 things. To be a stamp of credibility. We will continue to keep pushing to be that seal of trust for blockchain projects that are aligned with real-world impact, and we want to be here to provide them validation, legitimacy, global visibility. And I always like to say this online, if you guys some of you maybe do follow me or not. I always like to say that the BGA is striving to be that last piece of the puzzle where we want to support mission-driven founders who have built up very good ideas and projects, but you could use that little extra push, whether through our initiatives for partnership access or even policy navigation. We're here to stand and give them that support. And of course, we want to give a global signal, but a local impact. So of course, from Africa, Europe, Asia, we tailor support to local projects while amplifying their exposure globally, and we help them to stay rooted in the context, but ultimately visible to the whole world through initiatives like our Web3 Oscar, through things such as working together with the UNDP. So the last slide I have, of course, if you guys are ready to join us, find out a little bit more, that large QR code is a direct link to our website. And if you guys want to chat, that is my direct Telegram as well as my LinkedIn. So this is really a call to all of you in this room to continue to build together and to be a part of the BGA's movement forward. And ultimately, social good depends on all the builders in this space, and the Blockchain for Good Alliance is happy to be able to be at the forefront of blockchain innovation for social impact. Thank you. And that is that. All good? Right, I think I'm supposed to MC the next part as well, which is kind of interesting. The next part is going to be very interesting because we do have a spotlight for some of our incubation projects. So if I'm able to run through my list here, we'll be showcasing 7 projects from BGA's incubation. They'll be doing a mini demo day, and we will start first with Ethic Hub, and we have Gabriela with us, CSO and co-founder. So of course, once again, not the first time I'm handing the mic to you, but I'm going to hand you the mic for this. Sandeep, I think you need to change to the slides for them, and of course, there you go.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Well, I'm very happy to be here to talk with you about tech with purpose. Next one. I am Gabriela Chang, CSO and co-founder of ETHCC, a project using DeFi to solve real-world problems. And thanks to our focus on impact, we gained the amazing support of BGA and its partners. The next. Our vision is simple but ambitious, building a regenerative supply chain where 200 million small farmers who feed 1/3 of the world's food are no longer the weakest link. We believe blockchain is not just disruptive, but the driver of social and environmental regeneration, a powerful tool to shift from charity to efficient business, to transform our 450 billion problem with severe consequences into a blooming opportunity. The next one. If it feels wrong to be poor despite producing 1/3 of the world's food, imagine how it is to remain poor after producing 80% of one of the most traded commodities in the world, coffee. We're talking about 25 million micro farmers who are not served by banks or microfinance. Next one. I would like you to put eyes and name to one of these farmers. She's Odalia. She produces 2 tons of coffee very far away from the next paved road. She has no internet, no phone, no health insurance, but she's a member of a small cooperative that struggles to get access to finance and markets. Well, it is through these cooperatives that farmers like Odalia interact with ETHCC. Next one. Hi. Coffee is the king of agroforestry, but the current supply chain is dominated by a handful of players in a game of high volume, small margins, where the cost of social and environmental externalities is not considered. The farmers we work with produce a high quality product that is sold in added value markets, and they need ETHCC loans to release their coffee from predatory conditions. Next one. So, the poverty of productive farmers, it's a complex problem that requires integrated solutions because the current approaches on data or assets don't work for them. So, ETHCC crowd collateral acts as a de-risking tool to incentivize investors to participate in a lending that creates real-world yield. The next one, please. And the best of all is it works. We're talking Web3 transforming a global economic paradox into a win-win arbitrage. We're talking about smart contracts connecting complementary economic regions. Next one. Well, we are already operative in 6 countries, and thanks to BGA's amazing, incredible support, we now count on Bybit as our 3rd institutional lender. So very soon, we'll update our metrics in lending from 5 to 6 million. Next one. So how our solution works. We finance the production and export of a crop that is sold to pay back the loans. So lenders provide the working capital to the cooperatives, and stakers provide the crowd collateral to back those loans in a system that kicks in only in case of default, which remains lower than 3% for now. So lenders earn 8% annual return. Farmers get improved price between 15 and 20% now. Stakers earn a yield related to the level of risk they are taking. Roasters get access to incredible quality with responsible traceability. And ETHCC gets a fee for every loan and a margin on the commercialization. Next one. So this is how our platforms looks. You can lend stable coins, or the next one. Or you can provide crowd collateral through our token, or impact token, the ethics. The next one. So spearheading is tough, but now we are not alone. When you are building something that is truly new, like merging decentralized finance with sustainable agriculture, you're not just building tech. You are rewriting narratives, and you're facing a lot of resistance from both sides. The skeptics of blockchain in one end, and the skeptics of impact in the other. Next one, and last. So, why ETHCC matters now? In a world shaken by climate instability and financial inequality, the question is no longer, should we change the system, but how fast can we? ETHCC offers an answer that is scalable, transparent, and grounded in real-world value. So, with your help, with your support, we could expand to thousands more farmers, open new markets, and strengthen a protocol that could redefine impact finance. Welcome all to ETHCC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriela. Are we doing a Q&A for this? Are we doing a Q&A for this? No? Yes? Up to me? Up to me. Okay, maybe since we're actually, thank you very much, Gabriela, for keeping to time, actually. So probably we can reserve the Q&A to the end, if you guys can want to meet the projects directly so that we kind of stay on schedule. So the next project that we have is ESAS Farm. They are based in Africa, and they will actually be doing it remotely. So I will leave it to Sandeep, if you can pull it in. Okay. I think that's the one. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so we'll just play it for the audience now. Is that possible? Yeah. Okay. I think the audio is not working. So do you want me to go to the next project first, because we can play this at the end if you want? We're good? Okay.
Good morning.
There you go. Okay.
My name is Watson Matson. I'm here to introduce you to ESAS Farm Africa, a company transforming agricultural insurance for smaller farmers in Uganda. We're tackling the urgent challenge of climate change by giving farmers a safety net against devastating losses through innovative technology. Let me share a story. Meet John, a smaller farmer in Uganda. Every season, John faces the fear of losing everything due to unpredictable weather. Like him and over 7.3 million smaller farmers that are uninsured, whether traditional insurance is too costly or too complicated. Insurance companies don't have sufficient data and find it difficult to set fair premiums based on individual farming behaviors, making insurance inaccessible for many. For John, a single bad season doesn't mean financial loss, it means food insecurity and struggle to rebuild. That's where ESAS Farm comes in. We've developed a solution combining blockchain parametric insurance and AI-driven farming insights to empower farmers like John with affordable, reliable coverage. Our system provides the rapid payouts with blockchain technology processing claims in minutes rather than months. Farmers receive farmer-driven recommendations from our AI agents to make better cropping decisions, to boost yields and increase income. To address the issue of high premiums, we use behavioral data to assess risk. Farmers who adopt safer practices like timely planting, maintaining soil health, receive lower premiums. This makes insurance more affordable and promotes sustainable farming practices. But ESAS Farm is more than just insurance. two-sided marketplace that connects multiple stakeholders. Small farmers are our core customers, while the African diaspora can pay for their loved ones' insurance back at home. For banks and microfinance companies, they can embed insurance into their loan portfolios. This marketplace model is crucial to our scaling, our impact across many farmers in Uganda. We're already seeing strong momentum through partnerships with insurers and operators. We've positively impacted 200,000 smallholder farmers in Uganda. Our work has attracted funders like UNICEF who believe in our mission to empower rural farmers and build resilience. To reach even more farmers, we are seeking an investment of $300,000. This funding will allow us to expand our marketplace, enhance our AI capabilities, and to employ more skilled people to assist and expand our reach to more farmers, and with them, support them to the point where they can thrive. Our team is made up of an agricultural expert, a banking expert, a tech expert, and a data science expert. So I invite you to join us in this mission to create sustainable livelihoods together today. Thank you.
Okay, so that was Lisa's. Thanks for clapping, even though I think he can't hear it, but thanks. All right, jokes aside, so we have our third project from BGS Incubation. We have Hacken right now. So Dimo, are you around here? Yes, you are, sir. All right, I'll leave the mic to you within 5 to 6 minutes, yeah?
Thank you. Hi, everybody. So this is a presentation about our problems of our favorite industry. We are losing around $10 billion every year due to scams, hacks, and fraud. And this situation is not getting better. We are unfortunately have an image of the scammy industry. Can you go next? Yeah, basically we are in the industry where the presidents can launch the meme coin, rug pull, exit liquidity, and unfortunately we don't have any tools how to educate people and how to explain them how they are being fooled. Yeah, so we have developed a certain methodology, and we are categorizing scam factors, fraud factors, and hack incident potential. Yeah. For example, scam indicators, the LP liquidity is not locked, token treasury is not identified, fake social media, some investors' quality also. Fraud factors is mostly when the smart contract is not verified, some scandals, white paper tokenomics is not followed. This is a very common thing. And of course, hack risks, like who are the audits, is the audit relevant? Was it the smart contract that was previously known or not, verified or not? And of course, the audit coverage. Next. So my name is Dima. This mission to fix our industry is driving me. My previous experience, I was working 8 years at Deloitte, Litwood for Ukrainian government. And for the last 8 years, I'm building Hacken, it's a cybersecurity company, and a few other products like Ser.life Extractor, all related to security. Next. So what is the solution? Everybody is now building some AI agents that are creating some ratings that these AI agents are recommending to buy some coins. And this is called Dior, but effectively this is very biased. They are very biased tools, and they are meant to push some other projects rather than to prevent people in investing. So can you go next? So our solution is that we are going to have the negative rating. So we're going to have the probability of loss coefficient, which will give the ranking for every crypto project, for every token. So what we already did, we have forked the DeepSeek. We gathered all the data for the last crypto industry 12 years for the scams, hacks, and frauds. yeah, how it happened, what were the reasons. And then we started to connect all the on-chain and off-chain data that we believe is important and which can help to identify the potential scam, hack, or fraud. Can you go next? So yeah, so this is the most important thing that we are building, and we also have a few elements despite of the AI. We also have a human element. We have been building the community of researchers for the last 5 years. Please go next. And this is community called Trust Army. So we were born as 8 years ago as an ICO and that boom. And we continue to have the very loyal and friendly community. And one of the tasks that we made for ourselves is to educate them. So Trust Army is the free of charge, of course. It's the educational program, how to make a Dior, how to understand crypto better with individual tasks. But in the end of this Dior, they also have exams and the element, please go next, to evaluate the project. So basically, the whole system is working in the way that we have a community that we push them to rank and calculate the probability of loss for the different projects. And by putting this human factor, we are training our LLM. Please go next. So yeah, the idea to go viral, idea to push the industry to improve the probability of loss coefficients, and on top of it to create the instrument how investors can hedge their positions in different tokens, and based on this probability of loss coefficients to propose insurance pools and basically futures so that our protocols allocate some rewards so that the industry participants can fill in these pools. Please go next. Yeah, so once again, we believe that we can do it. A hacking group consists of a lot of different projects. And this one is going to be our main focus. Please go next. Yeah, just some information why we believe we can execute. Yeah, we work with a lot of governments. Bybit is our client. Ethereum Foundation is our client. Next. Next. And just a last slide. Yeah. So for those who are building, creating tokens. Yeah. I, as a founder that's having a token for 8 years, I believe that right now what we should do, we should never give up on the token that we created. I believe that right now we are entering the new era of the crypto IPOs. So biggest exchanges are getting the licenses, how they can trade the security tokens. And our goal will be also to tokenize all the high group that you saw and to create the security token of this group and swap our existing token into this new security token. Yeah. So yeah, this is very shortly my story, hacking story, and yeah, if you like fighting with hackers, fraudsters, scammers. Let's chat. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dima. Wow, okay. So thank you very much for the first few presenters. And number 4 on the list is Lingo AI. So if I can invite Una Wang, founder and CEO for Lingo AI, to now take the stage. Here you go.
Thank you. Okay, Yeah, and thank you everyone for this opportunity to represent Lingo AI today. So I'm going to share you something about Lingo AI that we truly believe is very important. Is we are rebuilding the linguistic equity with AI, and we are resisting the digital colonization with Web3. So next slide, please. Yeah, so my name is Una, and I came from Singapore Internet Governance Forum, and we are the founding member, Lingo AI is the founding committee member of Singapore Internet Governance Forum, which is officially recognized by UNIGF, and we just came from the UNIGF 20th annual meeting in Norway, Oslo. So next slide, please. Yeah, so briefly, just for your information, why we are building Lingo AI and why language and AI. We know that there are over 7,000 languages today in this world, and nearly 50% of the languages will be disappeared when AI, large language models, going so fast. And you know, a lot of technologies, they are doing language recognition, speech recognition, text-to-speech, speech-text. But currently, the most languages are only can cover around 100. That means the rest of languages are underrepresented in our world. Next slide, please. Yeah, so you can see the in this digital world, massive data sets are from developing countries, like from global south, but they all go to the centralized platforms like Meta, OpenAI, and those users or contributors, they don't have the ownership and consent, and even the compensation about their contributions of their data sets. So we see more and more data sets are in demand, needing like in several, you know, like AI systems. And people don't have the data ownership of their own native language. And that's leading to global south people don't have the opportunity to represent the native languages in digital era. Next slide, please. Yeah, so our approach is like we're using the different protocols. We're working with Sir Tim Berners-Lee's team, who is the founding father of the World Wide Web. And we are building on top of the solid protocol. And also, we are building like DP model to help the different countries people contribute their own native language data sets. And also, we're having the blockchain layer 1 and layer 2 for verifiable the language review, language data sets review, quality review, and also we return the data ownership by using Solid protocol, which they can monetize their own data sets by blockchain. Next slide, please. So you can see here, so we are all in the Web2 platform, and now you are going to go to the Web 2.5 or Web 3, but you don't have really data storage of your own, like on your PC or on your phone, offline, right? And you don't even have the opportunity to participate, or there's any platform can provide you a mechanism to help monetize your data sets. But now you are building like your own data sets in your own local storage or provided by Lingo AI, which is a social linked data personal online pod. So your mother tongue will be registered by the language DAO, and then you can contribute to the personal pod. And when you want to monetize or contribute to the different entities, you can just authorize. And for this protocol, you know, for the third parties who wants your data, and they can easily to access the request your data. And if you consent, then you can just contribute and you can just approve. And then you can see and trace all the data, where it goes, and how it monetized, and what are the tokens you will receive. Next slide. Yeah, so there are some products in our ecosystem. We have the Lingo Crowd. This is already launched since January this year. And we have a lingo trans, lingo pod. Next slide, please. This is a lingo pod, which is a voice mining product. It's an earphone, so you can wear it for the real-time translation in 100 languages. And currently, we are going to support more and more languages in this lingo pod product. And you can just record your everyday voice if you think it's not very private, and you can just contribute. So we are going to collaborate with UNDP or like ADB and to distribute this device to the emerging countries who cannot afford this device so that they can contribute the data size and they can earn through this device. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just like how users in the Web3 protocol, and they can authorize the different data size through the protocol. Next slide, please. So, you know, a lot of people will have we all talk about like AI agent, but if you're going to use a centralized AI agent which carry the KPI to sell you the products, that will be the risky. So we are doing something like filtering your data size by the data agent and help you to monetize your data. And also you can authorize to the larger models or small language models in your own device, and combined with your own data size will be work for you. So the AI agents will truly work for you based on your daily transactions or your daily habit. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so we just launched the marketplace. Yeah, so you can see here, we support 38 languages data size here. Next slide. This is for the business, how they can request. Next slide, please. These are some tech stack in our ecosystem. Next slide, please. This is a proof of a contribution. This is how contributor can contribute their data size, and then how they can verify by the language data quality. Next slide, please. We have already built 60 language DAOs, and we have contributed the 100 millions of the words and the 2,500 hours data. And also we have generated revenue from our trust customers. And currently we have around 200,000 contributors in our ecosystem. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we're rebuilding the Babel Tower in the digital era. So welcome all the like multi-stakeholders, like from NGO, from the government, also research institute or companies join us to get more languages inclusive. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Una. And now for the next one, I have Audrey from PB Token to take the stage. And here's your mic. Or you want to use the other mic.
We had coins, we had plastic money, paper money, electronic money, now virtual money. What is the next step? We think the next step will be programmable money. Allow me to explain. Next slide, please. This all was inspired by my grandmother. My grandmother had a wallet with compartments, right? She had clothing money, grocery money, rent money. Who of you also has a wallet like this or a grandmother that uses like that? Yeah, very relatable. Well, we brought this idea into the 21st century by making a wallet on your phone that can hold many different kinds of money. But where your grandmother could play hooky and say, well, we'll do a little bit less holiday money and a little bit more clothing money, you cannot do that with our wallet because it is not your money. It is somebody else's money. Money from the government. that wants to send you money to become more sustainable. You can only buy solar panels with that kind of money, or money for social inclusion, to buy a school laptop for your child. You can only buy a school laptop with that, right? Next slide, please. We have a solution called multi-knip, and knip is a Dutch word for wallet. Do you remember these wallets with these two metal balls where you had to twist it to close it? Well, that sound is what we Dutch people used to name a wallet, and it's called a knip. And multi is because you can have multiple kinds of coins in there. Next slide, please. Now, the issuer, a city, government, or a company, they define exactly who gets how much, where they can spend it, on what, and when. And they only pay what was really used, right? Next slide. We deployed multi-knip in the Netherlands in 2022 for the first time. We distributed 50,000 wallets in a city. The city was giving out vouchers to make domestic homes more energy efficient. And in 2021, they did that. They sent everybody a paper voucher. Nobody used them. In 7 months' time, only 16% of these paper vouchers were used. Only 16% of the budget was claimed. We sent out a QR code, because that's how our system works. I will show you in a moment. We sent out the first QR code on January 11th of 2022, and on January 24th, 13 days later, 100% of the budget was claimed. So 16% in 7 months. They even sent out 3 letters to all these addresses, pumping in another 60,000 euros. And we did 100% in 13 days. But not only for this kind of sustainable solutions, also for social inclusion, right? There are families that cannot afford the soccer club of their child. Now, giving them 50 euros to pay for the soccer club, there is a large chance that that would end up in beer and lottery tickets. So giving the child coins that are only valid at all these soccer clubs will help him immensely. But also, we did welcome coins for international students. We did all kinds of other models. But one of my favorites is a different kind of model. What I just described is I give you the coins. You can use the coins in the shop, and the shop will get euros or dollars or reals or whatever. There was this city that came to me and said, we have 20,000 euros and we want to buy bicycles for refugees. All right, now the conventional way you could think of that is you call AliExpress, you order 100 bicycles, the money goes out of the country, and you just give away the bicycles. We said, no, let's use purpose-bound money, start a campaign in your city, asking people, do you have a bicycle in your garage that you don't use? If so, bring it to one of these 10 bicycle shops, and you will get a QR code with 50 euros credit for local restaurants. Go have dinner on us. Thank you very much. The bicycle shop, you give them 50 euros to clean up the bike, and the refugees, you give them a QR code with a coin to fetch a bicycle. Now I have happy residents, happy bicycle shops, happy restaurants, happy refugees, a happy municipality, and I saved 200 bicycles from the scrapyard doing circular economy. Right? So you can also change business models with it. Next slide, please. Purpose-bound money is all about transparency, accountability, traceability. And I will not bother you with all these details, but the people using it don't have to register on a platform. They don't have to give their names, email addresses, no phone numbers. The wallet is just an empty vessel they can use. And how they're going to use it, let's show. Right? So I thought I'd bring the biggest phone I can find with our app on it. And this is an empty wallet. Here you see our slogan, to incentivize, reward, and help people. It is empty. People receive a QR code. Let's see if we can do that. Like this. You scan the QR code. I said you scan the QR code. I hope there is enough light. There is not enough light. There is light here. You scan the QR code and you receive the coins in your wallet. In this case, there are even 3 different kinds of coins. I accept them. Now, I can go to a store and pay with that money. The store has exactly the same app, only initialized with a different QR code. Now I have 3 coins, different kinds of money. There is a coin amongst this, which is a maternity care coin. So in Holland, parents who have a newborn baby have the right to get maternity care for the first 3-4 weeks. So I have here 28 hours left. We will just use the merchant app version. I will type in that we will charge 2 hours for some care, and it will generate a QR code. Right? We will scan that. And now the transaction is being done. I always feel like a magician at that moment, because the money is going to go from here to here. I'll press OK. In a few seconds, this is a non-custodial wallet, so it really has to send it to the other address. And we'll both get a confirmation. The trick is, there are in our system no minors. There is no transaction fee. So the transaction is done, and the parents will have paid 2 hours of maternity care. We convert that to euros, 2 times 75. The next day, the caregiver will have 150 euros in their bank account. So this is money with a purpose. It knows what it's able to do and what not. So we will enhance the functionality of money, make it more purposeful, and as I would like to say, this is money with a mission. Thank you very much. For the next one.
It works in practice. So when a trusted data source signals that a certain risk thresholds like rising river levels have been met, then the system can automatically trigger actions. For example, if there's a prediction that the chances of flood is very high, funds or early warning messages can be sent before the flood happens. So, but for this to work, we need a very reliable forecast data on chain. So in this BZA project, we focused on building flood forecast oracles, which brings Web2 weather data to the Web3 automations. So with this oracle, we can just real-time flood forecast data, match it against our predefined threshold, automatically trigger on-chain actions like distributing tokens or sending early warnings. So this turns forecast data into a direct aid in real time, on-chain, and without manual bottlenecks. So here's the super high level diagram of how flood oracles will work. So we basically fetch the data from multiple forecast data services. This data is passed on our oracle service. When the certain threshold are crossed, the system pushes updates to the blockchain. Based on this, smart contracts can trigger cash disbursement or alert messages to the beneficiaries. So this makes the humanitarian process predictive rather than reactive, right? So let's just quickly move into the demo that we have prepared for today. Okay, so here you can see the visualization of the on-chain flood oracle data. Right now we have only integrated the Glofus, and there are the multiple stations from the Glofus. And here you can see like most of the decision-making data, like the probability of the flood, has been stored on chain. And the data, like the observational data, like the hydrograph, has been stored on the external storage, like IPFS, and their hash has been stored on chain to verify its integrity. You can actually get this data from on-chain itself by just fetching the Glofus station ID, and you should be able to get the latest data from the Glofus. So let me just quickly walk you through its implementation in our anticipatory action project. So this is the anticipatory action dashboard, and in anticipatory action, there is a section called fund management, where we can actually assign funds to the beneficiaries, and these funds can be automatically dispersed once the activation phase has been triggered. So to trigger the activation phase, what we can do is we can have this automated trigger. For example, for Glofus. So if we set the probability like the Glofus predicts that the chances of flood is 80%, then we can automatically trigger these trigger statements based on our oracle data, and disperse the fund automatically. So this is how basically the implementation works. Now to conclude, let me just quickly walk you through what's next, that we have been planning. And obviously, yeah, so we can integrate the multiple data sources, and we're planning to introduce this community attestation layer for data, where we can allow audience to attest the oracle data accuracy, and these participants can earn tokens as an incentives as they attest the data. And yeah, this basically enhances data integrity and transparency, which is actually very much required for the humanitarian actions at scale. So yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you all for joining.
Cool. Okay.
Okay, yeah, so what is Blockchain? So basically it's an open source digital voting project that leverages distributed technologies and cryptography in order to deliver secure and transparent decision-making processes. We have the vision to improve democracy and participatory governance using decentralized and free and open source technology, and with the mission to build a censorship-resistant, secure and transparent voting protocol to facilitate decision-making to anyone, which is like an important stuff here. We are gathered around the values of digital sovereignty, open source, public goods, and tech for good. And that's why we are here today. Next one, please. And yeah, I think it's quite good to explain who we are and where we came from. So we started the project in 2018. It was led by a multidisciplinary group of pro-democracy activists, and it was in the context of repression against Catalan civil society for holding a referendum of self-determination. At that point, we realized that current usable voting solutions are centralized, are opaque, and it's an exclusive asset controlled by nation states. So, for example, if you try to imagine how you can organize a voting process in your country, it's not even possible because you don't have access to the census and you don't even have access to the infrastructure that is required for doing so. So Blockchain's main point is to democratize this access to the voting and to decision making. Next one, please. So yeah, I want to talk about a bit also of the mindset that we have. So we want to provide a voting system with all the guarantees that a democratic voting process must have. So anonymity, coercion resistant, so meaning that you cannot sell your vote to a third party, so you can verify everything, but you cannot sell it, which is really important. And practically, and yeah, we are thinking about also practicality, because we cannot expect people to understand Web3, to understand wallets, to understand public key cryptography. So we should provide a UI and a UX which is friendly to everyone. I want even my grandmother to vote using our technology. So that's, I was like really interpelled about your words. So yeah, and the goal is to be privacy first, censorship resistant, end-to-end verifiable, and accessible by anyone. And we want also to provide turnkey solutions, because when you go to any government, any political party, any sports clubs, whatever, they don't want to deal with the technology. They just want to have a service that they can use, they pay for it, and they want you to guarantee that everything is fine. Next one, please. Okay, and talking a bit about our tech stack evolution. So we started in 2018. We forked Zcash because at that point, the privacy guarantees that Zcash had, they were very important for us. We did an MVP project where more than 28,000 people voted. And the cool thing is that they didn't even realize that they were using blockchain technology. So we are super happy with it. But the problem with this approach, it was that Zcash lacks of programmability, and we don't have like the flexibility that we wanted to. So yeah, later on the last quarters of 2018, we tried to build a proof of authority network based on Ethereum. But at that point, the cryptography primitives were not like good enough, and we were missing the scalability. So Ethereum had a very big scalability problem at the beginning. Now it's kind of solved, but yeah, at that point it was kind of impossible. So at the beginning of 2019, we decided to build a custom blockchain based on Tendermint core, because at that point we can program this blockchain with Golang. So we had access to this cryptographic primitive, and we had access also to the scalability. Currently, our clients are still using this solution. So it's being used by more than 200 organizations, and we have a throughput of almost 40,000 votes per minute, which is more than enough for them. And yeah, last year we revisited the Ethereum ecosystem, and thanks to the hard work of all the cryptographers and the Ethereum community, we thought that we were at the point that the cryptographic primitive were ready for use, and also we get rid of the scalability problem. So that's why today in the SDGs we presented Da Vinci, which is like the evolution of the protocol that our clients have been using through the past years. Next one, please. So yeah, I would like to highlight that our goal is not to provide directly technology to the Web3 world. We want to make real impact. We want to provide this technology to the real world. And I want to showcase some case studies, because we have a proven track record on all the things that we did. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so for example, as I mentioned, our voting solution is unstoppable and must be unstoppable, and we helped last year the Belarusian opposition to hold an election of their country, which is like a context of censorship, of oppression, and we also had international observers like controlling that everything was really fine, and they created their own app through the SDK. So we provide the turnkey solutions, but we also provide an SDK and API so any project can build on top of it. Next one, please. Then we also have some political parties in Spain that they're being using our technology. So we powered the elections of Esquerra Republicana for high stake votings. For example, they decided who will be like the next president of Spain. In that case, they use our technology to vote they use our technology through their member base to vote on who should be the next president. And at the end, Pedro Sánchez right now is the president of Spain, in part thanks to this solution that we provide to them. Next one, please. Yeah, this is a really nice use case. So we also provide solutions for the public sector. In this case, it's super nice because it was during COVID restrictions. So the municipality of Bellpuig held the first legal and binding referendum in Spain. It was super nice because with just a QR code, you can scan the QR code and you can vote from your mobile phone. And for those people that are not that familiar with electronic devices, they can just take this QR code, go to a polling station, and later vote. They had also two-factor authentication mechanisms for avoiding civil attacks and so on. And it was super nice to see like all people using this technology. Next one, please. Then we also support global organizations, like we have a success story with Football Club Barcelona. So that's, I don't need to explain what is Football Club Barcelona. So in this case, their member base is distributed across the globe, and it's super difficult for them logistically and in terms of cost for putting all the people together and to enable the polling stations. So in this case, they used also a member ID and a two-factor authentication using SMS. And it was nice because majority of the voters were over the age of 60 and we didn't have any problem. So it was like super useful for them, and yeah, they were very happy of using us. Next one, please. We also support large associations. For example, Òmnium Cultural has been using Bogdani from 2018, and And yeah, in this case, they have been also using their own database, so they integrated our technology and so on, and we have been able to provide them solutions. Next one, please. And yeah, last one is that this can also be used for national state elections. So we held like a pilot project during the Catalan parliamentary elections. The project was called 14 Fruits, and we used state-issued digital certificates. In this case, digital certificate which is called IDCAT. And yeah, it was nice to see like the difference between the real voting and this one. Okay, next one, please. Yeah, and we also give support to professional bodies like unions. In this case, it was the Official College of Nurses in Barcelona. So as you see, we have like lots of verticals, lots of organizations needs to decide at least once a year. And when they use our solution, a digital voting solution, they never look back because we lowered a lot of the cost. So voting like physically, it costs between $1 and $7 per voter. We lowered the cost to 20 cents, and people can can vote anywhere at any time in any kind of process. Next one, please. Next one. And today we presented Da Vinci, which is the centralized autonomous autonomous vote integrity network with cryptographic inference. If you want to try it, you can go to ethcc.davinci.vote. You can try the solution, and this is like the holy grail for us of digital voting. And hopefully you will like it. If you want to know more, you can go to whitepaper.bogdani.io. And last things I want to mention is that digital voting is not something for the future. It's something that is real, it's something that people need, and it's something useful for them. And it's cost effective, it's easy to use, and it's just convenient. We are using financial systems on our mobile phone, and we are still voting like 200 years ago. This doesn't make sense at all. But it's difficult to implement a system like this. It's complex, but we did it. And here we are, sorry. Thank you so much for your attention, and see you around.
Okay, before we go on to the next one, can I invite all the speakers from the various projects to come down to take a quick photo on stage? Where is our photographer? Smell? What?
So blockchain, one eye to one camera and the other eye to the other camera. Yes.
Okay, maybe we can say.
Actually, Henry, can you help us take a video, maybe? Can you help us take a video, and then on the count of 3, everybody on stage is going to shout BGA. All right. Do you have the video? Yes. On 3, 1, 2, 3, BGA.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. We have one final panel to get to. So, Sandeep, can I go to the... Yeah, awesome. Okay. So if you guys want a quick break, and head out. And of course, everybody on the panel do come onto stage. We have Rodrigo. Where's Rodrigo? Where is he? Come up here. And of course, Steve, Merlin, Joanne will not be joining us anymore, so it'll just be an even smaller and more intimate discussion panel. If I could invite everybody on stage right now. Yeah, you can take it to the middle or the side.
Guys, I'm Steve from Sortis. We are building a fully on-chain charity lottery, where it's like completely reformed the traditional lottery, which has have been lasting for over 5 decades, and it's so untransparent, and it's not transparency. So we want to use blockchain technology to fully reform the traditional lottery industry and give the people their choice back on how to use the money collected from the charity lottery to make a positive social impact. So that's what we have been doing so far. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rodrigo. I'm quite core contributor of RSI. RSI is a community-driven DeFi community. We have been quite onboarding and supporting researchers to get on board using the Web3 stack. And yeah, personally, I'm quite co-funding Messerave DAO. This is an initiative that we're trying to create impact with core researchers and other stakeholders to find use cases. But yeah, we have been exploring in many parts of the world, creating events, and we're basically going to release our first MVP by the end of this year. So yeah, that's all.
Hello, my name is Merlin. I'm the CSO of Arcry Network, and we do too many things to explain them quick on stage, but essentially it's like we're decentralizing energy, starting from monetizing and rewarding solar owners with some additional incentives or financing them to put batteries under their solar. But we also do the opposite side of the model, where like power plugs for consumption tracking, and people can offset their home appliances. But we also offset the track record of Bitcoin with an on-chain climate action portal, and up to today we have already offset 21% of all historic Bitcoin's carbon emissions from mining. And in this field we explore different other solutions that are all basically on a flywheel, combining energy greening and energy offset on-chain.
All right, thank you very much. So how I'll structure this is, of course, giving all three of you guys a little bit more time to enter into discussions about your project. So I'll ask an open question to everybody across the board before I dive deeper into individual panelists, and then we go back to a more broader view again before a Q&A. So really back to the first opening question, you guys have talked a little bit already. So each of your project really intersects with the idea of impact. But what does impact really mean? Because, you know, depending on the lens of things, impact can mean different things across different use cases. So perhaps each of you can briefly just tell us, what does the word impact really mean for your project, and who are the people you ultimately aim to serve with your project? Anybody can start, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, so from our side, actually, you know, globally, lottery industry per year is $300 billion industry per year, out of which there are $100 billion which are used or collected by the government to do public good. Yet this money are not being used properly, and the people who play the lottery don't have choice on how to use it. So our project grants people their choice back. When they play the lottery, they can win some points. Those points will be used to make donations on certain projects, and they will be participating in whole decision-making process on how to use the money collected from the social welfare lottery, and that is what we've been doing on our side. And what's more, lottery has been using as a fundraising methods for a very long time. So, you know, when there are disasters or there are people in need, we are allowing each and everybody to create their own small lottery for people to raise funds against the disasters or against certain disease, or to make a positive or public good. So that's what we are doing. We are allowing everybody literally to create their own lottery to raise money and to make a positive social impact. So that's how we are get connected with the impact set.
Very nice. Rodrigo?
That's awesome. So for us, the impact, I believe that in RSI is a spin-off of Parameta VC, and basically we're focusing in DeSci. That's why we just created a joint fund with BGA in the beginning of the year. And we just are looking for first world countries and low middle income countries in terms of create potential partnerships with the academia and research centers to decentralize stuff, you know, in traditional science frameworks. And I believe that, for example, Gabi knows that in terms of there's a lot of skepticism with many stakeholders around there. So we're trying to be the bridge. And how can we create that? We are quite eager to incubate projects in the academic sector, and in research labs, and in NGOs with a really good background in scientific approaches. So for us, impact is, impact the research of people, academics, NGOs, and actually create impact with the stakeholders that are in that umbrella. Because blockchain for good, you know, we need to build things on the long run. You know, I believe that many use cases that we have seen is on the short term, but how can we generate impact on the long run, you know, that's the ultimate goal of many protocols that we have seen in the space. And ETHCC has been one of the, you know, first regenerative protocols that I've seen many years ago. So it's a really good pleasure, you know, to have on this event with you, you know. For us, impact needs to be quite communal, but we need to take care about these hybrid frameworks, you know, with, yeah, our capitalistic component, but where are the roots of it, you know? We need to create like a kind of mitigation, and we need to onboard proper stakeholders to gain credibility, because by the end of the day, for example, I just participated in the UNOC conference, the UN Conference of the Oceans. And it was pretty aware that, okay, the World Economic Forum has been quite, I know people there, and they have been quite looking for alternatives. But all these alternatives are using this technology, you know. I don't know what are they thinking about it. You know, if someone see that, you know, it would be quite cool to take a deep dive in this rabbit hole and see how can we coordinate better solutions, you know, using this stack. So, yeah.
All right, over to you, Merlin, maybe?
Yes, so I don't know, how my project identifies impact is now today not so important. Today I am here, and for me impact is measured on different things that contribute to some change in the real world. So for me, solving the issue to Bitcoin's carbon footprint is one of the greatest goods in Web3, because eventually we are all surfing also on the track record of Bitcoin. So solving this, and we're already at 20% of it, is quite a meaningful impact. But the real impact I see is when we change the approach from people not yet native in the blockchain world. And this we do, for example, with our solar monitoring systems, where we saw that the first users came with solar on their house that were blockchain savvy. But it is a very unique long-tail market with a very small customer group of house owners with sufficient solar on their house. And there we saw many of them approach us which were not yet Web3 native, and we made them to them. And this creates like a huge impact on the one side, because this is like the supply that increases the demand and eventually leads to solar adoption in developing countries. Like systems that we built made it possible that Westerners finance systems in developing countries or emerging markets like Africa for small families to get solar panels paid by people that have the money, which are only interested in the additional rewards from the blockchain, while the electricity stays with the local people. And for them, this is already the greatest asset. And this is how I think we made an impact and how I view impact.
That's amazing. So actually diving a little bit more into ecosystem, no, actually you can keep the mic, Merlin. So I just want to go back to you. So we'll ask a little bit more in depth to all our panelists here. So you talked about like the examples within Arcreen as well, but you guys really essentially tackle the energy layer. And energy is a very unique thing because I often see it very under-discussed in Web3 compared to other, other realms in Web3. So across the various examples that you just talked about like, integrating solar panels onto people's homes and stuff like that, what really is the hardest part, in integrating blockchain into energy systems by itself? Is it something that's more technical, something that's more regulatory, or is it incentivizing people to really adopt what you guys are building? So what is really the hardest obstacle you face?
Yeah, so in the bigger picture, everything of the three topics you mentioned matters a little bit.
Yeah, I think the mic is on. Oh, it's still working. Okay. Sorry, yeah. No.
Okay, now it works again. So I can also speak louder. So everything of the three topics you mentioned is like, it matters a lot to a certain degree, but there is a workaround to everything. For example, the first barrier we had was rules, laws, and how systematically things are integrated into something like a grid layer. But we found workarounds there. We used technology that was less invasive, and therefore we could build it around regulations. Okay, that is fine. Then the next part is like more related to like how do you make people adopt it and how do you incentivize them. But ultimately, the biggest barrier we found was more educationary, because the thing is, people need to learn about your solution, need to understand it, and only then, if they are educated, the things work together. Like it's very hard nowadays to spread the message on such things, and we found that with the energy integration layer, people are usually not even thinking in terms of blockchain in that field. So we need to talk a lot with the people and show them different solutions that they work in every country, because ultimately it doesn't matter so much where you track energy, you can do it everywhere, and there is always an avoidance or a fear from emerging countries that they are not valued on the same level like the already developed countries. They always think the developed countries get more, and they don't even trust the approach to say, look, we're decentralized, we're data-based, we're offering the same for everyone. You're getting exactly the same, and maybe for you it's even more meaningful than to the people that made the system in the developed countries. It's hard to breach that trust level with a lot of show, don't tell, but eventually it works, and yeah, and also the last problem is always the last mile approach into how you make sure when people are not yet familiar with the system to bring the first devices. If it's like Africa, or if it's even Southeast Asia, like as soon as the people are super smart there, they will pick up everything, but they have to see it once first. So you have to build something on ground that shows them that it works and how easy it is, and then it will spread itself. But this last mile education to make the eventual social or environmental impact, that's like the biggest challenge.
Thank you for the answer. I think I fully subscribe to what you just said. Essentially, to wrap up, it's all about education, it's about trust and really going to the grassroots level. And that really, together really helps to solve the main problems that we face, regardless of whether it's technical, regulatory, or even incentive-based. So that's an amazing thing to know from Merlin that I believe is also applicable to projects all across the entire industry and not just for energy in itself. Rodrigo, if I can go on to you next, right, for Organised.
Oh, yeah, I think that one of the most important limitations that we have. Okay.
Go on. Yeah.
One of the most important limitations that we have, for example, into try to, researchers are quite square-minded. You need to onboard them properly with genuine incentives to regenerate, their framework in a way. So many of them are, okay, I will experiment with this new technology, but I need to fund my research, They're quite square-minded in a way, but I believe that if that element, proper education is essential. That's why we are creating like a series of talks with BGA, with MoDAO, regarding that, how can we with tiny courses of token engineering, the fundamentals of DeSci, that part is quite elementary and necessary to have a wider approach to a wider audience. So by the end of the day, I believe that proper education will create good fundamentals with individuals, because these guys usually have many PhDs. For example, I'm a researcher, a coral reef researcher. I just get into blockchain because, okay, we need to create like a spillover, essentially, of this technology in the global south. I hate those words, but low middle income countries, for example, in my term, I just heard a term a couple of weeks ago, reef-rich countries, because these countries are quite isolated. How can we create a spillover, like the ones in fisheries, for example, that create impact, genuine impact, and how can we decentralize these pools of stakeholders that are quite isolated in remote islands, they depend directly of these ecosystems. So we need to extrapolate that approach, but with many other researchers everywhere. It doesn't matter your credentials, but if we could create with a decentralized blockchain or a decentralized technology, we could essentially create a new coordination mechanism, and no matter where you're located, you are on the web, you're doing awesome research, and you regenerate the reputation, And with that reputation, you create a potential new economy, it doesn't matter your research topic. We know that, for example, in research, there are many underrated topics, you know. No one wants to fund that, you know. And I believe that that's a huge opportunity of many researchers worldwide. We have seen that with many other entities that are in the DeSci field that have been quite experimenting with that, but we are quite eager. RSI, we believe in RSI, we need to find the soul or the aura of every researcher, you know, because a researcher located in Switzerland, for example, is different than a researcher located in Costa Rica. You know, in Latin America, in other low mid-income countries, we don't have basically that infra, you know, to do some research. That's why we're quite, many migrate or many go to other places to see what they could do, you know. But with blockchain, we could create a new wave of decentralized researchers. You know, that's the ultimate goal. How can we use open source software developing to mitigate all the issues? Every step of the scientific process, we could use the blockchain technology, you know, and the community is a huge important role. So, yeah.
Okay. So for Steve, actually, I have a slightly different question because we have heard about the different obstacles. For Steve, it's about impact returns, essentially, and you integrate traditional lottery systems, you know, in a sense. So looking at this in Web3 for impact returns with the lottery is going to be something quite interesting. So you guys are reframing how we essentially fund public goods, right? So, you know, an impact, and you see yourselves as an alternative to the traditional lottery system. So how do you exactly measure success when your project is really targeting societal change and not just, you know, token returns that people want? Because we always talk about fast returns, fast cash, but how do you balance that with people, community, understanding that it's about impact?
Thank you. So from our side, I think the first is about raising awareness from the community. You know, nowadays when people play lottery, they might be knowing that they are contributing to something, but it's difficult to see what they are actually contributing in most of the countries in the world. So let's say in California, you play a California lottery. Do you know where the money you play goes or how the government spend it? Actually, you don't. Most people don't. In other countries, it's almost the same. That's the problem. You know, it's like only tens of peoples or a handful of peoples are controlling millions and billions of dollars, and these people are using this money to fund some companies that is related with themselves, and that led to corruption global-wise. And what we are doing is that we are telling people that you should be deciding how you can use those money to make a difference. Actually, if everyone can know that if they spend some money on the lottery, they will get points to do voting, and that means they will be able to make their own choice about how to make the world a better place. And what's more, by setting special purpose draw, and we are allowing everyone to create their own lottery for his or her small community to play against. So let's say if there's an earthquake happening in Europe, in somewhere, and I want to raise money for the local community. What do? Is that I create a special purpose lottery on our platform, and I share it with my friends and with my communities and followers. When people play this lottery, they will know that all these proceeds or all this money collected from the lottery will be going to this specialized destination or specialized event that is for supporting people in needs on the earthquake. And on the other many other occasions, we can be doing the same. So in this case, people will be not only focusing on the return part or how they make profits, they will be more focusing on how they contribute to the community and how they are making a world a better place. So that's why we think this is all about raising awareness and letting people to own their choice and make a difference. Thank you.
Gamifying the lottery system for social impact is definitely something quite interesting, as I'm sure a lot of people both here and online will definitely think about as well. But across the different three realms, I'll call it, from energy to decentralized science and even to impact returns, it's all about really the trust and the decentralization. At the end of the day, we are all coming back to the exact same messages. But one of the problems that I also like to talk about and touch on is how even today, like I've mentioned a few times today, public good projects, social impact projects are always very undervalued and underfunded today. So all of you guys are, at the top of the management for your various projects, and public good projects always seem to face a catch-22 of sorts. You need traction to get your initial funding, and then you need funding first to get traction. So it's a bit of a problem that all of us tend to face. So how have you guys actually navigated this with you and your team, and perhaps what lessons can other projects in the space be inspired by what you guys have done to actually circumvent this problem of funding attraction and traction and funding?
So that's quite a smart and complex topic. So the thing is, everything has to kind of chain into each other. Where you like, if you have a great starting point, so you're in luck. So good for you. The most don't have it, and you usually need to start small and kind of combine the engagement to raise the awareness, which is almost avoiding the question. But I don't know how to else really say it, because like blockchain is still a very niche market. Like everything on blockchain you compare to the Web3 global solution is usually much more affordable, much more efficient, energy and cost saving, but also it has still a niche audience. It's like always a little bit crazy. And so if you get those that need the solution the most, then they will be non-digital natives and be scared of blockchain. Otherwise, when you go to the blockchain people, oh yeah, you have to identify those few that want to do a social impact or an environmental impact. So it's really, really crazy. We solved this by understanding the problem that we want people to do voluntary carbon offset and contribute to a real cause with it. But good luck motivating the blockchain crowd for it. So we had to all design it with incentives in mind and basically give them small incentives on every action they do, which might seem counterproductive at first, because we were paying out of everything we were earning to sustain this, but this was the only way to get traction and transactions into the system to kind of get the awareness you need to maybe get access to a little bit bigger solutions, a small grant here and there or something like this. But because you have this very special audience that is not easy to prompt to do a voluntary contribution that only costs them, we had to really give a lot back to them initially to build up an ecosystem that creates awareness and then has like different funnels to pull something in, because ultimately rewarding the users was all time also part of it. This is why we have extra rewards on solar panels, but combining it with something like voluntary carbon offset is a big challenge. We're trying to do it from the ground up, and we really scaled it a lot with over 600,000 on-chain climate actions individual, of course all starting from as low as 10 or 20 cents, but even we have some transactions of voluntary offset that are over $1,000. It does work, but it's not like a money grinder. It's like really, if you're on the part of really wanting to do a social and environmental impact with it, you have to be carefully managing the system, you have to craft every detail of it, and you have to plan a lot ahead to make it work.
Thank you. I think you raised a very good point about incentivizing communities in order to gain the early traction. Rodrigo and Steve, perhaps you have a different take on this.
I believe that, for example, in terms of DeSci needs to be a public good. You know, I have this narrative because science is there are many paywalls, for example, publish or perish. You know, there are many ethos that have been with us since since the Royal Society was created, you know, a few hundreds of years ago. But it's all about create proper incentives for researchers. You know, how can you onboard a researcher with a tool, for example, we're right now working on a tool of visualization of data sets. And that could be quite implemented in every report of any kind of Web3 app, you know, because I was quite aware of that. I just heard a couple of weeks ago, these words, blending finance, trust funds. Every trust fund, for example, in terms of coral reef conservation, you know, my main topic. There are many trust funds everywhere, but usually these trust funds are not verifiable, you know. They only owe trust funds, you know, geographically speaking, between bioregions and all that. Yeah, that's pretty cool, but how can you verify that, you know? I believe that the solution or a potential, you know, a potential use case to verify that is with blockchain, you know, because you could create a blockchain open, you know, we could create, we could use a blockchain that already exists and we could ship something there, you know, and start building on that. So the approach here is how can we create, and there are many initiatives that have been done that in the space, build solutions for actual and, you know, actual issues in the scientific process. You know, publishing, peer reviewing, you know, there are many entities that have been working on that, and right now in our side, we believe that numbers says too much, you know, in terms of, you know, you need to create interactive maps. We're quite playing a little bit in visualization. Our MVP will be regarding that. So by the end of the day, we have an incubation program. We are quite supported by you, by BGA, by MoldDAO. We are potentially creating partnerships with everyone in the space that is quite eager to mitigate this kind of specific niche, because DeSci is so underrated. For example, Juan Benet was one of the earliest guys that was using IPFS a couple of years ago, you know? So there are many Web3 protocols that essentially are using DeSci as a core, but people believe that, okay, this is not DeSci. Essentially, it's DeSci. Look at this. Science is everywhere in nature. So it's knowledge, basically hierarchical knowledge. And we have been using that in token engineering since the beginning of blockchain protocols. So I believe that we only need to build, right now we're in a step, DeSci, as how can we create DeSci tools for every branch of science. It could be biotech, it could be conservation, it could be underrated lines of anthropology, for example. There are many languages that will be quite extinct. You know, we just heard that of an application that has been developed. So it will be necessary to tackle these solutions or to tackle these problems in every branch of science on a decentralized way, you know? And you have seen many diverse protocols and blockchains that have been working in solutions, but I would love to see in the future many protocols that will try to start creating funds specifically to these projects. And we have seen that, you know, since a couple of years ago. So that would be quite awesome. So yeah, I believe that incubation programs and create alliances between DeSci communities is quite essential because we're in a specific niche.
I agree. It's about incentives, it's about collaborations.
Yeah, you know, incentives.
How about Steve? What do you have to take on this?
Yeah, so from my side, actually, I think by building a DeFi project, especially in public good track or in this direction, sometimes we are underfunding. That's common sense. You know, it's like in this market environment, many venture capital are slowing down in giving money to the early projects. So building traction needs money, definitely needs some funding. But I think in the long run, eventually when you build a project, what you need is determination and resilience. So, you know, in hard time, how do you choose to do with your project or with your team? Do you just leave it? Do you contribute or continue building on it? I think it's, you know, Bitcoin dead several times dead. I mean, it's like every time there's a bear market, people will say that this is a scam. And Ethereum at the very beginning, there's no much traffic or no much app on the network. So we're all starting small. The question is that do you have the determination or the resilience to go through cycles and to finally reach the destination? So from our side or from my project or our team, what we believe is that no matter we have funding or not, or in whatever the different circumstances in the market, we all have capacities or resilience to go through those difficulties and deliver. So that's what's most important from my side.
Thank you, Steve. I see we see a diverse range of answers, and I know we are definitely running out of time. I have a couple more questions, but we'll just dive straight to the last one then. So I'm just gonna simplify my very last question, as standard as all panels go. What's next for each of your projects? So just wrap it up real quick, and we can call this panel a day.
Yeah, okay, so actually we just closed recently a round of new funding, and we are launching our new function in end of August, where we allowing people to add liquidities into the lottery prize pool with any kind of tokens and create their own initiative to raise money or to fund public good in their interest. And I think we are looking at maybe Q4 of this year for token generation, and we will build the product better and better. We hope we have a stronger community in the future. So that's all. Yeah,
Congratulations on closing your funding round. So how about you, Rodrigo?
Well, so we have we have many things ongoing. For example, right now we just ended our first science hackathon. You were quite involved as BGA and Moldao. We are creating a series of educational series about the topic of DeSci, in the whole spectra, specific topics in various fields with experts. And essentially, we're going to participate in events. Essentially, we're quite creating the other science hackathon. It's going to start in a few weeks, and we're incubating projects, looking for talent in DeSci. We are tackling a little bit researchers, and we have been exploring that since the beginning of this year in Harvard, MIT, to see what are the necessities, and we're planning to iterate that in different countries, to see how can we cross-pollinate between regions, because that is essential, because low-middle countries usually have this thing of digital divide. We usually have the technology 30 years later, and that's why there's a lot of parodies regarding that. And we are going to participate in DeSci Seoul and in DeSci Boston. It's going to be probably will be in DevConnect. We're planning to host a tiny DeSci hub, because RSI usually create communal places, for particular stakeholders in DeSci everywhere, to coordinate and to build the stuff that matters to us, a new DeSci stack.
All right.
On the long run.
Brilliant.
Okay, so yeah, because again, Argreen has a lot of things on its flywheel, but if you really dumb it down, it's like decentralizing energy with the logic of deep-in models and hardware, and also on-chain climate actions on the other side. Now, what happens here is that those are combined topics, but we have separate things coming up for them. With Argreen, with the deep-in infrastructure that has like solar generation data, consumption tracking data from smart plugs, our next product will be one of the heaviest deep-in devices this sphere has ever seen. We're speaking about a 145 kilogram device, which is a homeowner battery, and a very modern one. So this is on the deep-in segment. On the on-chain climate segment, which actually is almost the bigger narrative currently, we're slightly getting bored with only offsetting the historic carbon emissions of Bitcoin. So we include the ongoing ones, and I have an API created that can be used from Bitcoin miners and also be approached to other things to do like live tracking. And they don't have to offset it, they just have to track it, so we can actually do the offsetting for it. And on a less technical perspective there, we launched our project and infrastructure all initially on Polygon, but the specific part of on-chain climate action, we expanded it to Celo, to Solana, to Optimism, to different chains already, and we want to further encourage this approach in our ecosystem and take different more chains on, like we're currently thinking about VeChain and many other things, and we want to expand this more to be like, to make the one on-chain climate offset thing that works with every other chain.
I would definitely love to hear a bit more from them with a Q&A session, but unfortunately we are very much behind time. So thank you very much to my three panelists here. Let's give them a round of applause because it's the end of the day and you guys have the brain power to run this through, so that's pretty amazing. All right, I believe we have come to the end for the section for Blockchain for Good Alliance. I also believe I need to hand the time back to the UNDP, and I believe Irina is going to give a closing remark. And before that, are we able to get a photo? Is somebody able to get a quick photo for us?
Stand up or?
Stand up, yeah, let's do it, if somebody's able to, sure. All right, thank you very much, everyone, once again. Irina, back to you.
Great, thanks a lot. Thank you. So I have that great task of closing us off while wine is being served outside. So I've been asked to recap a little bit if I can, and I'm afraid I can't. First of all, because I'm not a huge fan of making a fool out of myself and just embarrassing myself completely by trying to kind of recap what are all the different examples that we heard of inspiring new ways in which we're building solutions that are more decentralized, more user-centric, more planet-centric apparently as well. That is just, I'm going to leave that for your impressions to kind of collect all of the amazing examples that we've heard of solutions at work. We did hear also about challenges, and they also ranged from solutions that might actually deepen inequalities, which is what a lot of the tech revolutions of the past have done. In fact, they range from that to challenges around usability, around being able to reach small or grassroots organizations, and of course to slow adoption. And this is not only about questions of matching solutions to challenges, which is what we kind of tend to think a lot in this space about. It's also about government kind of being inherently slow to move. We heard the example around Arabic numerals this morning. There's many more in that box. We frequently cite the time that it took to change the name of a metro station, I believe in Helsinki, is about 7 years after everybody agrees, right? The time it took to implement a smoking ban after we all knew exactly what needed to be done was about 30 years. The time it was going to take to reach the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, who knows? We're definitely not making 2030. That's what we do know, right? So there is that kind of inherent slowness that's built into working with public sector. But there is also the challenge of working with, of even identifying challenges, right? Right now we're in a zone where most of the really relevant problems are simply highly complex, and it's very hard to get a civil servant or a public policymaker to define and articulate something that's very particular and specific, because the things that keep them up at night are things around demographic change. How do I respond to population aging? And what are all the systems that I need to align in the public sector to actually, you know, have a city by the next, by you know, my children's age, right? How is this going to affect us? How do we think about a future of work that's going to be differently and built by young people today, right? And getting them engaged. How do we reimagine economic models for small and medium cities and not just the kind of growing metropolises? These are the kinds of challenges that, you know, don't immediately become problems that can be addressed by a specific solution. They're more kind of a mix of many different problems that don't even have kind of a tangible success kind of definition in sight, right? And then the third layer to add to that conundrum is that we do have the state of human development that's not good right now. So it's not only are we not making the SDGs, we do have in fact, a projection now this year that the pre-pandemic progress that we've been making year after year for decades in human development across the world Last year, we thought it would be derailed by some years. This year, we know it's going to be decades to come back to that kind of pace of progress in human development. We know that global inequality right now is at the same level that it was in the beginning of the 20th century. That's simply the kind of world that we are in, right? And this is also for us, and hopefully for you as well. We choose to work in this space not because it's easy, but because it's hard. And we choose to look at what are the spaces in which we can now look at this kind of crisis as an opportunity to be rebuilding governance models that are more equitable, that would actually take us towards a different kind of future, to be rebuilding economic models that would be, again, fairer, less extractive, more empowering towards different communities, and to be thinking about what kinds of institutions we want in the future. And if you enjoy this kind of work, then we're very happy to keep partnering with you. We do invite more partners to join the support for the SDG accelerator that was discussed today. We are looking for partners for a blockchain academy for government. This is again it's only a piece of the puzzle, but it's an important piece to start working on this. We are open to hearing other initiatives, to other ideas that you might have, wherever you think that we can help bring a conversation forward. And kind of expand the partnerships that are in place. And we do invite you as the immediate next opportunity to join us in Copenhagen in early November for the joint UNDP BGA Web3 Oscars event, where we will award some of the pilots from the blockchain accelerator that we will have done by then. Thank you very much for giving us your time today. Thank you very much for talking to us. Thank you for being partners. And thank you for contributing and continuing to collaborate. Thanks a lot.